coordinating with the second team, but now it's just the four of you, and then the voices that you hear. So it's kind of it's a transition.
We got word that the crew aboard the International Space Station is also watching all of this unfold live. Of course, they were sitting in these seats at the pad in their Crew Dragon Resilience that's currently docked to the International Space Station. So that crew is watching the crew on the pad today and getting ready to welcome them aboard if all goes as planned early tomorrow morning. And again, if you're just joining us, the side hatch of the Crew Dragon Endeavour on the launch pad has just closed, and leak checks of that side hatch are in progress. This is a view of the White Room with members of the SpaceX pad closeout team you see in the black flight suits. And the shot we saw just before this was from inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour capsule.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's not as simple as just closing the door on your car or to your house. We do inflate the seal around the side hatch.
Oh, no.
They're playing rock, paper, scissors. Double-fisted rock, paper, scissors.
What's the prize?
What's
That's
the
what I want to
wager?
know.
I know.
What's the end game here?
Yeah, what's at stake?
So, like I said, this process takes a couple of minutes. We inflate the seal around the side hatch and make sure that it's able to maintain that pressure for a couple of minutes prior to actually performing the rest of the physical preparation of the side hatch itself, which at that point, after the successful leak check, will mostly just involve removing the remaining ground support equipment away from the area and installing the tiny hatch on the hatch. The rock, paper, scissors shoot with the Crew 2 crew continues on.
I was going to say, yeah, let's get back to the technical part of the rock, paper, scissors. They did this during dry dress, and we wondered what was going on. And it may be that they're just making up for lost time. I don't remember seeing them do this during the suit up. And so they're getting in their rock, paper, scissor now.
It's critical.
It's totally critical.
But in all seriousness, I think that, you know, when we see the joke, that we see the crew kind of joke around and have those moments of levity, they can do that because they know these procedures like the back of their hand.
Exactly.
It's all like muscle memory at this point because they've rehearsed it so many times.
Yeah, this is definitely a good sign. They have a moment of levity.
So it's T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, and counting. The hatch close has been completed a little bit ahead of schedule, and we're awaiting the results of a side hatch leak check to make sure they can proceed.
I'd love to know what the winner gets in this rock, paper, scissors game that we see.
This will be probably a question, the first opportunity they have to answer questions after this.
See, I just happen to be looking at the crew's schedule on board right now, and my memory of those days being on board waiting for a crew to come up to see you. It's a lot of anticipation because they're coming to see you, and so I'm just thinking about Mike and Shannon and Victor and Suichi, Mark on board, at least in the U.S. segment, to be anticipating this. And they just got their day started, and I see a lot of flexible activities, and so they're probably getting updates from Mission Control right now.
We have time to take a couple of questions for social media while this hatch leak check is in progress, if we could pull one of those up. Does food taste the same in space? Tracy, you're the only one here that can answer that.
I think that one's for me. I would say that food probably tastes the same. It's your taste buds detecting it that go through a little alteration. For me, spicy foods took on a different flavor. Every astronaut's different, so you'll get a different answer depending on who you ask. But shrimp cocktail, loved it on the ground, could not tolerate it in orbit. But
It's very interesting.
yeah, it was disappointing too because I really liked it, and I packed a lot for that flight.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Next question. Are the big touch screens that the astronauts are looking at just for looking up data and docking on the International Space Station, or could the astronauts do something different with them, like open the side hatch or separate the trunk or fire the Draco thrusters manually? Kate.
Yeah, that's a great question. The screens are primarily used for monitoring, especially in the final approach to the station. Everyone can actually see which thrusters are thrusting when, as Dragon is slowing itself down and steering and basically positioning itself to dock with the International Space Station. But for the actions that are like that were mentioned in the question, there are actually a number of hardwired buttons located below the screens there. They're a little difficult to see, so there are some commanding buttons that are located there that would be used in the event of an emergency. I'm not quite sure what each and every button is, but there are also actually a couple of buttons located on the left armrest. You might be able to see it there just under Commander Shane Kimbrough's left arm. There's actually a small control panel that allows them to basically turn their volume up and down, turns on their task light, which is a little personal light there inside the cabin, and of course transmit their communications. So there are a couple of different buttons located around. The ones used most often are certainly there on the side of their arm.
Next question from social media. Why did the other Crew Dragon capsule have to undock and redock on a different space station port? What prevents Crew 2 simply from docking at that other port to avoid all the repositioning? So that's a great question, and I'm going to try to explain it in a simple way. So the shorter answer is the Crew Dragon Resilience could dock to either the forward port or the zenith port. They're going to be docking to the forward port. That is where the Crew Dragon Resilience, excuse me, I misspoke. The Crew Dragon Endeavour is what's on the pad, and they can dock to either the forward port or the zenith port. The Crew Dragon Resilience, which is already on station, relocated from the forward port to the zenith port earlier this month, and that actually had more to do with the Cargo Dragon flight that's coming up this summer. The preferred port for Cargo Dragon is the zenith port, so that keeps the zenith port open for the Cargo Dragon when Resilience departs to come home in just a few days. So it's a little bit of musical chairs, a little bit of just rearranging parking spots on the International Space Station, because it's pretty hopping up there.
What a great problem to have, though. Too many dragons. We got to move things around. One thing that we did learn that came out of that activity, so in order to perform that port relocation.
Side hatch leak check complete, and access panel install has started.
Okay, great information there. Sounds like that.
Copy, thanks.
That leak check was successful, and now they're going to install the final plate there on the side hatch. So this is essentially the last buttoning, the last...
Dragon SpaceX, we're commencing health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed. Copy, thanks for the heads up.
As I was saying, this is the last physical buttoning up of the Dragon capsule, basically the last bit of crossing the I's or dotting the I's and crossing the T's that the vehicle itself will undergo prior to liftoff. And we can see the team working to finish uninstalling the hardware there that was utilized for that leak check.
And so we've got a little over an hour now until the pad team wraps up its final checks and clears the white room. That's when the action will really pick up with the retraction of the crew access arm, the arming of the launch escape system, and propellant loading on the Falcon 9 rocket. So we'll keep a live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so and provide you with some more context about this mission. Now let's head over to Houston for a closer look at what the crew will be doing once they reach their destination. Courtney?
Thanks, Marie. Once Crew Dragon arrives at the International Space Station, they'll be welcomed by their Expedition 65 crewmates. We're doing something called a direct handover, which just means a new crew of astronauts arrives at the station before another crew departs. It will only last a few days, but we'll have 11 people on board the station. The record for the most astronauts aboard the station was set several times during the Space Shuttle program when we had as many as 13 for short periods of time. One question we've heard a lot is, where are all of these astronauts going to sleep? The space station has 7 permanent spots for astronauts to sleep, known as crew quarters. When we have more people sleeping on the station than locations for a short period of time, the crew works with flight controllers on the ground to stake out temporary camp-out locations in different modules. We can also have a crew member sleep inside each Dragon capsule, as Crew 1 Commander Mike Hopkins did for his stay on the station. This mission will also continue keeping the long-duration crew size on station at 7 on the U.S. side. We'll have 5 astronauts to conduct research. Just the jump from 3 to 4 astronauts takes our average of 30 to 40 hours of science work a week on station, all the way up to 80 to 100 hours, effectively doubling our amount of time dedicated to research.
Great words on the
With
weather
5
and the
aboard
vehicle.
during Crew 2's mission, that number will reach even higher. As the station
Dragon,
is first
confirm
and
when ready
foremost a
for
laboratory.
comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
Ready for
The crew will
comm
jump
checks with
right into
Falcon 9
conducting
operators.
experiments. And with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights, including another SpaceX Dragon scheduled right now in June, that's the latest from here in Mission Control. I'll toss it over to Jasmine now, where we will learn more about some of the exciting science on the horizon for Crew 2. Jasmine?
All right, we are actually at the Kennedy host desk at the Kennedy press site. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour and 53
Dragon,
minutes.
GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC, loud and clear, countdown 1.
GNC loud and clear, stand by for comm check by propulsion.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Prop, loud and clear, stand by for comm check with avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Avionics loud and clear, stand by for comm check by ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Ground segment loud and clear, stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, loud and clear, countdown 1.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
CE, loud and clear, countdown 1.
CE loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks.
All right, so we just heard comm checks from the Falcon 9 team and the Crew Dragon Endeavour crew sitting inside the capsule. That was the voice of Chief Engineer Emma France that we last heard, and everything sounded great. We are going to go over now to Jasmine at the OSB-2 viewing location with another special guest. Jasmine?
Thanks, Marie. One of the ongoing experiments on the space station is growing plants in space. Here to talk to us more about it is Joya Massa, project scientist from right here at Kennedy Space Center. Thanks so much for being here, Joya.
Oh, my pleasure, Jasmine.
Thank you, absolutely. So let's get right into it. Why are we growing plants in space?
Well, we're growing plants in space for a number of reasons, primarily for the food, to help supplement the packaged diet. The packaged diet is great, but if it's stored for a long duration, like it will have to be when we send astronauts to Mars, the nutrition and the quality can break down. So we're looking at adding plants to provide all of the vitamins and variety for the crew. At the same time, they're going to provide psychological benefit and that reminder of Earth.
Right. No, that's really important to think about. So growing plants can be difficult as it is on Earth. Not everybody has a green thumb. So what are some of the specific challenges that astronauts are facing growing plants on the space station?
Well, we have a number of challenges. I mean, one to think of is seeds. I've got some seeds here to show. They're really small. So handling seeds, planting seeds is a real challenge. So one of the things we've recently tested in the space station was having the astronauts put seeds that are planted in a film and to plant the plants directly with that. So it's a way to handle the seeds easily in microgravity without them floating away. And they plant them in plant pillows such as this that we use in our veggie chamber. Another challenge is watering the plants. And right now, the astronauts have to water the pillow in veggie through this quick disconnect. It's a fair amount of labor, and it's not as sustainable as we need to be in the future. So we're looking at methods like this porous ceramic tube, where plants could be grown multiple times, harvested, the tubes could be cleaned off, and then replanted. So we're looking at a lot of these challenges to try to figure out solutions for the future.
Right. It's good to see those creative solutions that we have going on there. So this is a very timely scientific experiment going on the space station, because just yesterday we celebrated Earth Day. Can you talk to us about how some of the science that we're doing on the space station is helping us here on our home planet of Earth?
Certainly. There's a lot of parallels between the agriculture that we do on Earth and the agriculture that we need to do in space. And we're learning a lot that may apply to growing plants on Earth, especially in controlled environments. How to grow plants indoors. So there's a lot of work on vertical farming in cities to grow fresh produce. A lot of the lessons that we're learning for how to care for the plants translate directly to that environment. And we also learn a lot from the research community on Earth working in that area. And even other aspects such as choosing the right plants to grow in these environments. We do work on that here to identify good candidates that have the vitamins that people need, that have very good food safety, and those would also translate well to Earth. Also, the work on LED lighting for crops. That was something that NASA started originally, and now it's being done all over the planet.
Right. And I'm glad that you mentioned choosing the right plant. I know that part of your scientific research is also education-based. With something called Growing Beyond Earth, you worked with students in hundreds of classrooms, across the country to help choose a crop that Mike Hopkins grew on the space station. And is there anything that you want to tell to those students, about the future of plant science?
Well, that citizen science education program that we run it's run by Fairchild Tropical Botanic Garden in Miami, and we collaborate with them on this. It's been wonderful because we have over 250 middle schools and high schools around the country helping us to do the research that we need. We have a pretty small group here at Kennedy Space Center, and so we need this army of young researchers helping us to decide which plants to grow in the future. So I just really want to thank those students for all their hard work on this, encourage others who are interested in potentially getting involved in this program to look at citizen science on science.nasa.gov to learn more about the program, and to encourage people to grow plants at home, just because you learn so much when you're doing this type of research.
Right, absolutely. There's a lot that our future space gardeners have to look forward to. Joy Amasa, project scientist, thank you so much for being here with us today. Our astronauts are doing a lot more than gardening on the space station, so we're going to take a closer look at this life-changing science and get a message from the last person to command a Crew Dragon into orbit.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
I can't begin to describe some of the sights that you get to see. It's just an incredible view of our planet that we have from here.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins aboard the International Space Station and a member of Expedition 64. Additionally, I have the honor of commanding Crew Dragon Resilience, which brought us here last fall. Since that time, my crewmates and I have been busy working on experiments and performing spacewalks to maintain this spectacular orbiting laboratory. It has been a privilege of a lifetime for the past 6 months as we continue to pave the way for exciting new exploration that will lead to American footprints on the moon once again in the near future. Victor, Shannon, Soichi, and I are getting ready to come home soon. But first, we're looking forward to welcoming the next SpaceX Dragon crew. Shane, Megan, Thomas, Aki, you are about to experience one of the most exciting rides of your lives and a very memorable 24 hours to document with ISS. We've loved our time here, but we're ready to pass the baton to you for the next commercial crew mission on Dragon. Godspeed.
All right, that was Colonel Mike Hopkins, commander of Crew Dragon Resilience. He's been up on the International Space Station since November of last year. He's had a chance to look down at the Earth and watch it breathe. Now, what does that mean? Well, luckily, we have a climate scientist here from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory to tell us everything about it, Dr. Anne-Marie Eldering. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me here. So yeah, what do we mean by watching the Earth breathe? So carbon dioxide in our Earth's atmosphere, you probably know it's going up as we burn coal, oil, gas, but it has this big seasonal cycle. So plants are really important for carbon dioxide. When they spring, they take it out of the atmosphere. And there's so many plants in the land of the Northern Hemisphere. Northern spring reduces the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In the fall and the winter, those leaves are falling off, decomposing. It goes back in and out of carbon dioxide from plant activity every year.
All right, so why is the International Space Station a good place to monitor all of that?
The International Space Station was actually really well designed for us to do science on it. And two features we love. One is the way it orbits around the Earth, it passes overhead at different times of day. For like LA, you'll see it change during the week. And that's really interesting with plants and these other things that respond to sunlight. You want to see them at different times of day. You can sort of learn about that part of the change.
So the OCO-3, Orbit Carbon Observatory 3, has been up on the International Space Station since 2019. It launched on SpaceX Dragon. What have you seen so far? What sorts of data have you seen coming in?
We've been really having a great time making measurements. I brought my little plastic model of what we have loaded up there. And one of the things on the bottom, it has this pointing system, and we can look everywhere very quickly. So I brought a graphic along that's a measurement over Los Angeles. We looked at carbon dioxide. In just 2 minutes, we mapped the city. And you can see how there's extra carbon dioxide over the heart of LA as compared to the outer reaches. So we can start to see city scale variation in carbon dioxide and learn more about our own human emissions than we've ever seen before.
Now, that's some great data, right? But this is not the only remote sensing tool that's on the International Space Station. What else is up there?
It's like a party up there. We've got, especially when you're thinking about plants, we have a neighbor called Jedi. It's looking at how much plant material is there. There's another neighbor called EcoStress. It says what happens to plants when they're hot and dried out. And then this other instrument from the German Space Agency, DESIS, that's figuring out what types of plants are in different places. So when you get all those measurements from the ISS, same time, same place, really powerful for science.
All right, Anne-Marie Eldering, thank you so much for joining us.
Really glad to be
Project
here.
scientist for Orbiting Carbon Observatory 3. We have a lot more of climate science information that you can find on our website. That's nasa.gov/Earth Day. Now let's get back to the action with Crew 2 with John Innsbrucker here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. John?
That's right, Gary, just upstairs from where you are down on the floor. We're coming up on just over 100 minutes before launch. The Falcon 9 launch team began their final activities at T-minus 2 hours. Now, the launch engineers are located in Firing Room 4 in the NASA Launch Control Center on Kennedy Space Center. They've got a view through their large windows of Pad 39A, located just 5 kilometers east of where they're sitting. Now, the Falcon 9 team is loading helium and nitrogen gas into storage bottles on the launch vehicle. Radio frequency checkouts have also been completed, and a final review of launch vehicle testing performed earlier today is underway. Now, the SpaceX chief engineer will check with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify we are good to continue the countdown. Now, the next major activity is going to be flowing a small amount of fuel onto the first stage to prime the Merlin 1D engines for ignition. The team is also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations. We're ensuring that the propellants in the ground tanks are correctly chilled prior to loading onto the Falcon at T-minus 35 minutes. Now the view you've got here, the Dragon capsule at the end of the crew access arm. Well, the crew's been busy this early morning. We've got all 4 of the astronauts are in the capsule. The hatch is closed. The comm checks with the SpaceX launch team are complete, both with the Dragon flight crew as well as the Falcon 9 launch crew. We've also done a leak check, and that confirmed the hatch is correctly installed. It was completed with no leaks. Now, at about T-minus 1 hour, the support team will be clear of the crew access arm and the pad. And actually, right now, we're running well ahead of schedule, so they're beginning to button things up, and so they may actually leave the launch pad area a little bit early. Now, the range will begin their final sweeps of the flight hazard and caution areas. And for the weather, the good news right now is that everything continues to look good. The weather possibility of bad weather is only 5% right now. What we're mostly looking at is in case a cloud with some rain in it pops up along the flight trajectory, but that doesn't look to be a big issue right now. We are waiting at T-minus 1 hour for some last weather data that'll tell us the Dragon weather conditions if they are go for launch. In the case of an abort, we need to make sure that it's not too windy. If Dragon had to do an escape maneuver from the Falcon 9, we don't want the winds to be too high as they come down into the ocean. But right now, everything looks good, both at the launch pad as well as the downrange and contingency landing locations, looking good weather-wise. So right now, everything's looking go at T-minus 1 hour, 37 minutes, 28 seconds. And Jasmine, back to you in Florida.
Thanks, John. This mission is demonstrating our partnerships across the country and around the globe. Joining me now is Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President of JAXA and Director General of the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Of course. So Crew 2 will be the second commercial crew mission to include a JAXA astronaut. Can you tell us what the commercial crew program means to JAXA?
Yeah, commercial crew program is very important for also us that our Japanese astronauts on board. And Aki, as well as the Japanese folks, is so excited that Japanese astronauts Soichi and Aki will meet each other in the space stations. And it is a symbol of the Japanese astronauts are active in space. and it inspires and gives hopes to the Japanese young people.
Right, absolutely. So I'm glad that you mentioned that Aki Hiko Hoshide will be joining Soichi Noguchi on board, and this will be the first time that there is a direct crew handover with 2 JAXA astronauts. Can you tell us how that's inspiring the next generation of JAXA astronauts?
Yeah, now we are selecting the new astronaut for not only the ISS but also the moon missions. And these activities very inspires people to want to go to the space and even the moon, I think.
Right, absolutely. There's a lot of inspiration, of course, coming from the 2 of them. And like Soichi, Aki has had a lot of experience. He's flown on Shuttle, Soyuz, and soon a Crew Dragon, which is very exciting. Can you tell us what unique skills he is bringing to Crew 2?
Yeah, he has lots of experience, and I think that he is very relaxed to the launch. So maybe he will lead the other astronauts to the relax and good mind. I think so.
Yeah, no, that's good. We're glad that he's relaxed today, that he's ready to go. We're all ready to watch him and cheer him on. So can you tell us what is next for JAXA and the Commercial Crew Program?
Yeah, the next we already assigned Wakata, very famous astronaut, and also Furukawa, his second flight. And we want to send a Japanese astronaut every year.
That's fantastic. We're looking forward to that cadence of JAXA astronauts going to the space station. And you also mentioned the moon, inspiring people to go back to the moon. So last year, JAXA signed the Artemis Accords, which is speaking to our continued partnership in space. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, Japan is signed not only the Artemis program, but also the Gateway MOU. And we want to contribute using our expertise, such as ecosystem or transportations, and even astronaut.
Right.
And we want to go together to the moon with international partners.
Exactly. No, it's all about partnership. It's all about going together. Is there anything that you can tell us that Aki will be working on station? Any specific science that he'll be doing?
Yeah, he will conduct lots of science research and technology demonstrate, such as protein crystal growth for the medicine design, contributing people on the ground. And a demonstration was an enhanced water recovery system for the future explorations.
Right. That's fantastic. We know that he's going to be doing great work, and I'm sure that you are excited to see today's launch. Can you tell us where you'll be watching from later on today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the beautiful launch.
Fantastic, wonderful. Hiroshi Sasaki, thank you so much for joining us today. We are honored to have you here. And now we're going to take it back to Marie at the KSC host desk.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour, 32 minutes and counting until Crew Dragon flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station with the astronauts you see live inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, Commander Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur, and mission specialists Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide.
At this point in time, we expect the closeout team to be given the go to leave the BDA, the blast danger area. We're waiting to hear that call out. They're just doing final inspections. So all good news, proceeding to an on-time liftoff this afternoon. The milestone that will be coming up after that will be the launch escape system checks, or LES checks. That will happen around T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, and those will be conducted by the Falcon launch team. Those checkouts are a standard part of the launch countdown and critical to make sure that everything is in working order before arming the launch escape system, and which, of course, there we see the closeout team leaving the Dragon capsule, walking down the crew access arm.
So the closeout team has begun
Dragon
their
SpaceX
departure.
closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Copy, thanks.
We just heard confirmation that the pad closeout team has departed the crew access arm.
As I was saying, the milestone that will be coming up next is commencement of the launch escape system checks, and we're expecting that to begin any moment now. As I was saying, these are standard part of the launch countdown, critical to make sure that everything is in working order before we arm the launch escape system, which of course comes right before we step into propellant loading.
And that launch escape system is what basically arms the Crew Dragon capsule to be able to propel itself off of the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an emergency. And so that is a critical step that has to be taken before the arming of that system that happens just before fueling on the rocket begins at T-minus 35 minutes.
Once again, seated in the seat that is closest to what we can actually see on the camera is Commander Shane Kimbrough. To his right is pilot Megan MacArthur. To her right is Thomas Pesquet. And then seated underneath the camera, so unfortunately we can't see him, is Aki Hoshide. This crew has certainly been having a good time while they're sitting in their seats. There's not a whole lot for them to do at this particular time. We see some smiles there on our commander, so it sounds like everything is fun inside the capsule. Tracy, you mentioned earlier that this crew is just at the epitome of working together and just having these amazing personalities, and I can only imagine what it might be like to be, of course, no flies in Crew Dragon. That's foreign object debris, that's fun, but to be a fly on the wall and kind of peek in on these interactions, it must be so fascinating.
Yeah, if I had to guess, even though we can't see Aki, we know he's smiling, right? He's the one probably making them all laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys have worked together. We've all worked together well before being assigned to crew together, and these four have intertwined in a number of ways. As you know, Shane and Thomas flew in space together on their expedition. Aki credits Megan with teaching him how to Capcom, and this is how you Capcom, Aki. And he told me that he gave me credit for giving him the opportunity to first make a Quindar, which is the ping that you hear when you have keyed the mic in mission control to space to ground or air to ground, or in this case, Dragon to ground. And I'll take it. Whatever contribution I made to his fabulous career, I'm very honored. But yeah, this crew is top-notch people at heart, as well as technically sound and brilliant in all that they've done. So I can only imagine them being concentrated together in a capsule. There's just too much goodness. The rest of us probably just wouldn't be able to fit in there. So it's great.
And there's a look outside at the launch pad, looking at the crew access arm extended out, still connected at this point to the Crew Dragon Endeavour. That will retract from the capsule as we get closer to launch around the T-minus 42 minute mark. So again, we've just been standing by to listen to the launch escape system health checks. We expected to hear that about T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, but we haven't heard it just yet. Let's take a social question while we're standing by for that. All right, how come some launches take longer to get to the space station than others? Tracy, do you want to take that one?
Sure. It mainly, again, has to do with our orbital mechanics and, the station, the capsule, when it launches, is constantly chasing the space station. But it has a lot to do with phasing, we call it, but that's really just the distance you are to the space station and how far below it you are, and you're catching up to it. And we call it a profile, but it's basically the path that the capsule takes to get to the station. And each milestone of that is a engine firing that takes it closer to the station, either in altitude or in proximity. And how that's designed plays a big role in how long it takes to get there. Plus, engines performance and propellant and a number of factors can go into that make it anywhere from 2 days to 2 hours. And so it's quite a range of time to get there.
And it just so happens that this flight, after it lifts off at 5:49 and 2 seconds this morning, we expect they will be docking to the International Space Station in less than 24 hours, a little after 5 a.m. Eastern Time, Saturday morning. I think we have time for another social question. What improvement over Crew 1 does this mission have in terms of Crew Dragon itself? Also, will rendezvous with ISS be quicker this time or take the 27 hours like previous missions? I think we just answered the last part of that question, but Kate, do you want to take the first part?
For sure. Yeah, we've definitely made a number of upgrades to Crew Dragon. Like I said before, this is a refurbished Dragon. This is the first time that we are utilizing a flight-proven Dragon on a crew mission. We installed some components on the Super Draco system, which is actually, if needed, which of course, never something we expect to use, but the launch escape system, as we mentioned before, is an important safety feature. And the components that we added to that propulsion system, it gives us over a 10% improvement on performance for a pad abort scenario, which in that case doubles, and in this situation, doubling is a good thing. It actually doubles our envelope for the wind limits at launch time. So when there are so many things going into consideration for a launch, like downrange weather, which is why we waved off from yesterday, to launch weather here specifically at the site, it's a great improvement to be able to have twice as much capability there in that range. We've also improved some inside things. We've taken, of course, feedback from our astronauts that have flown on board already and have taken their feedback and made some more efficiency or operational improvements to things even as simple as where certain personal items need to be packed inside Crew Dragon for retrieval while on orbit.
And I think we have time for one more social question. Are the Crew 2 astronauts going to do any experiments that are related to Artemis missions? Yes, absolutely. In fact, many of the experiments on station are directly related to Artemis. There's a live shot of the moon that we're looking at, by the way. And that is where we're going with the Artemis mission. We are set on putting the first woman and the first person of color on the moon as part of the Artemis mission. And the experiments that the astronauts do on the space station help us learn about how life in microgravity affects the human body. And of course, that helps us develop the technologies that we need to keep astronauts healthy for those longer deep space missions that are required to go to the moon and eventually onto Mars. And one in particular that Aki has mentioned is working on recycling water in space and also ways to counteract bone and muscle loss from extended time in space. I mean, those are just a couple of examples, but there are so many more. Also wanted to let folks know that we actually we have completed the launch escape system health checks. We didn't acknowledge them because they happened so far ahead of schedule. We were expecting them at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes. They, in fact, happened more than 30 minutes ago. So just want to let folks know that we did have those already happen and they were successful. This is, of course, the third crew to fly to orbit in a commercial spacecraft. Of course, the first were astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken nearly a year ago, and the last crew that launched in November is still in orbit right now. They are getting ready to return to Earth on April 28th after they welcome the Crew 2 astronauts aboard the space station. Here's a look at some of the extraordinary and record-setting accomplishments of the Crew 1 team to date.
You know, it feels great to be a part of this transition from a test program, a demonstration program, to an operational program.
After NASA certified Crew Dragon, Crew 1 is the first mission to the International Space Station. I feel very honored to be a part of this great mission.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
When we're sitting on the launch pad, I think what's going to be going through my mind is I want to be in the moment and enjoy the experience.
There is just an electricity in the air as that countdown is happening. The engines light and liftoff occurs.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Stage separation confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
It's really hard to explain living and working in zero-G. It's fascinating how normal it becomes so quickly. It just feels like you've done it your whole life.
We are on the cusp of the third crewed launch for the Commercial Crew Program, signifying a regular cadence of human spaceflight launches from right here at Kennedy Space Center. Joining me now is Center Director Bob Cabana. Thank you so much for being here today with us.
Absolutely, my pleasure, Jasmine. What an awesome morning.
Right. We're up before the sun.
Yep.
Yeah, we are so glad to have you here. What's your reaction to this return to regular human spaceflight launches?
All I can say is it's about time. It was so great last May when Bob and Doug launched for the first time in 9 years humans to space on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil here at the Kennedy Space Center. Then to get Crew 1 up there last November. And now this is really cool because Megan's flying in the same capsule that Bob, her husband, went to space in last May. I mean, it's awesome to have this regular cadence again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to see, history being made. And in addition to the excitement from today's launch, we are also coming off our celebration of Earth Day. Can you talk to us about how we launch from Earth for Earth? What is Kennedy Space Center doing to benefit our home planet?
Kennedy Space Center has an absolutely excellent environmental program. First off, our 144,000 acres here, it's a national wildlife refuge managed for us by the Fish and Wildlife Service. I've been out and seen the sea turtles. I've helped count eggs, look at eggs, see the nest. It's awesome. It is so cool. We just signed an agreement with Florida Power and Light. They have put in a 491-acre solar farm. It takes care of like 15,000 homes, the electricity that this solar farm generates. We want to be very ecologically friendly. One of the neat things that we're doing here at Kennedy Space Center, we're responsible for plants, growing plants in space, growing plants when we go to the moon, going to Mars, food for the astronauts. Real processed food loses nutrition over time. And there's a psychological benefit to having plants in space, too. So I think it's kind of cool to be able to take, part of planet Earth with us into space as we move on. But no, I'm really proud of our environmental program here at KSC.
Right, absolutely. And you really understand the importance of taking pieces of home up to the space station. You have flown 4 times on shuttle. You understand probably more than most of us how our astronauts are feeling today. So have you spoken to them recently? How are they doing?
The crew is doing outstanding. I talked to them the other night. They are ready to go. Everything's tracking well on the launch. I can't wait to see those guys blast off. I got to see them come out of crew quarters and get in their Teslas and drive out to the pad. They're all looking great. Their families are great. But, I know they're really focused right now. This is once you strap into that spaceship, you're just thinking about doing everything right, making sure that you do your job to get safely to space.
Right. No, and you have seen, how this spaceport has changed over time. You were recently recognized as the longest-serving center director, so congratulations on that. Can you talk to us about how it's evolved over time?
Absolutely. the shuttle paid for everything at the Kennedy Space Center. And of course, that program came to an end in July of 2011. We had about 15,000 contractors and civil servants working here at the end of the shuttle program. When Atlantis landed on a Thursday in July, on Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. We went from a workforce of 15,000 down to 7,500. Then we took a look at, hey, what do we need to support the future? You know, and the future was SLS and Orion, but it was also enabling commercial operations. And we got a lot of stuff off our books that we had no need for, that didn't support commercial operations or the SLS Orion Artemis program. And then what was left, we said, hey, how can we enable commercial operations with this? We went out for notices of availability on this extra facilities that we had. And look at us today. We've got Boeing and SpaceX. Boeing's building the CST-100 Starliner in a facility right over here. The Air Force X-37 orbital test vehicles operating out of these former shuttle facilities over here. We got SpaceX out on pad 39A, where we went to the moon and launched shuttles. A 20-year use agreement to utilize that pad, launch and cargo and crews to the International Space Station, as well as their commercial missions. Space Florida is operating what used to be the shuttle landing facility now and commercializing it. We've got Exploration Park, a research and development park on NASA property outside the secure perimeter. Space Florida operates that. We got Blue Origin out there. We got more companies coming in. I mean, this is an exciting time for America's space program.
Right. No, absolutely. You know, there's a bright future right here at Kennedy Space Center. Director Bob Cabana, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now we're going to take it back to Jesse and Hawthorne for a launch update.
I have it in my script, if that helps.
Thanks, Jasmine. We're just T-minus 1 hour and 14 minutes from launch, and we're getting pretty excited over here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air and a communication link to Dragon's systems. They conducted suit leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they're checking their comm path through both ground stations and data tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
And after those suit leak checks, the closeout team was able to seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. The closeout team has departed the pad, and weather operators will kick off their final check on wind speeds at the pad, which will be used during the final go, no-go for launch. Now, before we get to that final go, no-go, the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX will do an internal go poll, making sure conditions are right with the Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before that final go is given. Let's check back in on Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Before the station team is go for launch, they must verify that key systems on board the station are functioning as expected. This includes life support systems like oxygen generation, carbon dioxide removal, and the water recycling system that allows us to reuse about 90% of the water we send to station. We're also ensuring that the computers that allow us to command the station's major subsystems, essentially the station's nervous system, are functioning normally. We also work with our Russian counterparts to ensure that both methods of controlling the station's attitude are fully functional. This includes the large U.S. gyroscopes and the thrusters found on the Russian segment. Both systems play a critical role during Dragon's docking. Mission Control Houston will be closely monitoring the crew's flight and checking off milestones for most of the journey. Again, Flight Director Paul Kanya is now on console, leading flight controllers here in Houston for launch, and Flight Director Scott Stover will lead teams for docking tomorrow, expected to take place at 4:10 a.m. Central Time. The International Space Station team is ready for launch, so I'll send it back to Hawthorne. Gary?
All right, thank you, Courtney. As we mentioned, the Crew 2 astronauts will spend about 6 months on the International Space Station. During this time, the Crew 1 astronauts will depart the station and return to Earth. They're set to undock from the station in the Crew Dragon Resilience on April 28th and splash down off the coast of Florida, where they'll be picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels. Next, SpaceX will launch Commercial Resupply Mission 22, or CRS-22, to the space station to deliver cargo and supplies to Crew 2 and the astronauts and cosmonauts aboard. It will automatically dock to IDA-3 at the Zenith port of the Harmony module.
Before Crew 2 returns home, they will hand the baton to the next crew to arrive at the orbiting lab on Crew Dragon, the Crew 3 crew. That mission is targeted to launch this fall. It will carry Crew Dragon Commander Raja Chari, pilot Tom Marshburn, whom are both of NASA, mission specialist Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency, as well as a fourth crew member who will be added soon. The Crew 3 astronauts will also complete a 6-month mission as expedition crew members aboard the space station. They will be joined there by 3 additional crewmates who will launch on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. This will mean that 7 people will be on the space station at one time, allowing NASA to effectively double the amount of science conducted in space.
This will be Chari's first trip to space, but he has more than 2,500 hours of flight time as a test pilot. The U.S. Air Force colonel is also a member of NASA's Artemis team and is eligible for assignment to a future mission to the moon. Crew 3 will be Marshburn's 3rd visit to the space station and his 2nd long-duration mission. He flew on STS-127 and Expeditions 34 and 35. Marshburn is also a medical doctor who once served as a flight surgeon and medical operations lead for the space station. Like Chari, Maurer will be making his first trip to space with the Crew 3 mission. He has extensive experience in engineering and research, and he spent 16 consecutive days in an underwater laboratory as part of NASA's Extreme Environment Mission operations. Now let's head back over to Marie at Kennedy Space Center. How's it going over there, Marie?
Thanks, Gary. Things looking good here in Florida. If you are just now joining us, welcome to coverage for the mission known as Crew 2, NASA and SpaceX's 3rd flight with crew to the International Space Station. We are at T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes and counting until liftoff. Myself and Kate Tice and Tracy Caldwell-Dyson here have all been vaccinated against COVID-19, and that's why you see us here sitting together without masks on. Liftoff is still holding for 5:49 and 2 seconds Eastern Time, and we're tracking no issues at the moment with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather is looking good. Over the last 3 hours, our crew of Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Thomas Pesquet, and Aki Hoshide donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. They walked out of the crew quarters building just as every astronaut to fly from this spaceport has done since Apollo 7. And then they were transported to the pad where they climbed inside the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endeavour, which we are watching live on your screen.
Well, this is SpaceX's 3rd time flying astronauts in Crew Dragon. It will be the first time a European astronaut will fly aboard Dragon. If you remember back in November, we launched NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi to the International Space Station, and those 4 are nearing the end of their 6-month science mission. They are scheduled to return home to Earth just a few days after the Crew 2 astronauts arrive on station. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have the crew arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 5:49 a.m. Eastern Time. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 23.5-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station tomorrow at approximately 5:10 a.m. Eastern Time. So we're approaching T-minus 1 hour till launch. Tracy, what is going through the astronauts' head right now as they're seated in their capsule and they're ready to go? They still have another 60 minutes to go. Can you give us any insight into what they may be experiencing right now?
Well, normally I would say, building off of experience, that inside an hour, it seems like eternity before those engines light. You're in there chatting it up with your crewmates, but watching these guys, they're having a little party in there. Hand signals are flying. I understand they're playing a game that we thought was rock, paper, scissors. I'm learning from friends that it's actually a game that Thomas knew when he was a kid and has shared it with his crewmates. And so I guess there's no better way to bond than through childhood memories and that are being recreated in the capsule right now. But all kidding aside, these guys are probably glancing back and forth at their monitors, like you see there, and just checking systems, making sure that they're keeping track of what's going on with the vehicle, listening to the sights and sounds, maybe a little bit of chit-chat, but inside an hour they're listening up for what might be coming in through their ear from the teams on the ground.
Sure. Today's flight is the second of 6 planned rotational missions NASA has contracted already with SpaceX as part of the agency's Commercial Crew Program. The success of the Demo 2 test flight last year allowed NASA to complete certification for SpaceX to fly astronauts like these regularly to and from the International Space Station, and that paved the way for the Crew 1 launch last fall. Now this next crew is getting ready to lift off in the exact same capsule named Endeavour that Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley first flew in almost 1 year ago.
We've been hearing from the crew on board Dragon. Like you can see there, they're currently strapped into their seats, and they've already gone through all of their communication and suit leak checks. They're able to follow all the milestones that they still have ahead of them on the displays there just above them, which allow them to gain insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we continue to proceed towards launch. So right now, as we're coming up to the T-minus 1 hour and 5 minute mark, let's check in with Hawthorne for a status on both vehicles. John, what updates do you have for us now?
Okay, we've had, as you've been saying, a smooth countdown. The SpaceX team is working no issues, and the pace is beginning to pick up. In the Falcon 9, final propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages in the engines began just a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. Now, at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness with a final electronic go-no-go poll. At T-minus 35 minutes, Falcon 9 propellant loading will begin. The Dragon spacecraft you can see right here on the monitor with the crew access arm next to it. Earlier today, the Dragon operators performed a series of checkouts of the Dragon flight systems, and the spacecraft is also currently go for launch. The 4 astronauts are currently inside Dragon, and the hatch is closed. The SpaceX closeout team has left the pad, and they'll be outside of the blast danger area very shortly. Now, before we can start loading propellant on the Falcon 9, we've got 2 major items to perform. First, we need to retract that crew access arm away from the Dragon capsule to its launch position. Now, that'll happen between T-minus 44 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now, we move the access arm away to obviously clear the way for launch, but we also do it in case the Dragon capsule has to leave the launch pad in the event of an emergency before launch. Now, once the arm is out of the way, the launch escape system will be armed. With these 2 events complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. Now, the range is currently clear for launch from historic Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. On the weather front, weather continues to look good, both at the surface level, the upper altitudes. We are continuing to wait for a final input from the weather team coming up in about 5 minutes on ground level winds in case we had a Dragon abort somewhere near the launch pad. Right now, those conditions are go, but we're getting one more set of balloon data to make sure that everything is good. Now today, we have an instantaneous launch window at 5:49:02 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just after 49 minutes past this hour. Now once we begin loading propellant, there's no opportunity to change the T0. We are committed. We're going to get one chance at it today. But the good news, Jesse, at T-minus 62 minutes and counting, we are go for launch.
Thanks, John. It's good to hear that we are still go. Today's launch marks the second time a rotational crew will fly on a commercial spacecraft, and each of our crew members brings a diverse set of experiences to today's flight. Crew Dragon Commander Shane Kimbrough will be making his 3rd trip to space. He was born in Killeen, Texas, and raised in Atlanta, and was selected as an astronaut in 2004. Kimbrough is a retired U.S. Army colonel and holds degrees in aerospace engineering and operations research. He first launched aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour on STS-126, then aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for Expedition 49 and 50. Kimbrough has spent a total of 189 days in space and has performed 6 spacewalks.
Pilot Megan MacArthur will be making her second trip to space, but her first one to the space station. She was born in Honolulu, but considers California her home state. She holds degrees in aerospace engineering and oceanography and was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2000. MacArthur served as a mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-125, the final servicing mission of the Hubble Space Telescope in 2009. She operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of 12 days and 21 hours, capturing the telescope and maneuvering crew members throughout the 5 spacewalks to upgrade Hubble's science instruments, along with removal and replacement of other components to lengthen the telescope's life. Hubble continues to operate to this day, providing scientists the opportunity to make more and more deep space discoveries.
Mission specialist Aki Hoshide has suited up for his 3rd space flight today. Born in Tokyo, Hoshide was selected as an astronaut in 1999 by the National Space Development Agency of Japan, known today as JAXA. Hoshide earned his degrees in aerospace engineering and mechanical engineering. He flew on STS-124 aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery to deliver and install Japan's science laboratory, Kibo. He also flew aboard the Russian Soyuz on Expeditions 32 and 33 for a 124-day visit to the space station.
SpaceX. Things continue to progress nominally. Next up is cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure here in about 15 seconds.
Copy. We'll be listening.
Got some good call-outs there. In 2014, he also served as commander of the 18th NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operation, which was an underwater expedition at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Aquarius habitat off of Florida's Key Largo coast.
Mission specialist Thomas Pesquet will be making his 2nd trip to space. Born in Rouen, France, Pesquet was selected by ESA as an astronaut in 2009. He has a degree in spacecraft design and control and more than 2,300 flight hours as a commercial airline pilot. Pesquet first flew to space on the Soyuz as a flight engineer for Expeditions 50 and 51. In that time, he worked on more than 50 experiments and performed 2 spacewalks to maintain the space station. He's logged 197 days in space. Pesquet will be the first European to fly in Crew Dragon, and it will be the first time a European has launched from America in more than a decade.
Each of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 65 once they arrive at the International Space Station, with Aki Hoshide taking over as commander of the station right before Crew 1 departs.
All right, we're inside 59 minutes from launch. The day is a continuation of regular crew flights to space station from U.S. soil. This will be the 3rd Crew Dragon flight with crew and its 2nd long-duration mission to the International Space Station.
The
Dragon
astronauts...
SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
Copy. Section 6, in work.
The astronauts are also flying on the Crew Dragon Endeavour, which is the same capsule that launched Bob Bacon and Doug Hurley last year. And today, Bob's wife, Megan, is the pilot on this flight, sitting in the same seat that he did. It's been an awesome countdown so far. Weather is still looking good, and the excitement is picking up as we get closer and closer to that T0.
That's right, Jesse. We had a great countdown today, starting with suit up just over 3 hours ago. The SpaceX team helped the crew put on their suits and conduct initial checkouts before crew walkout. Crew walkout was where Shane Kimbrough...
Go for launch.
SpaceX copies, go for launch.
All right, the crew reporting go for launch real time. This just comes right after crew walkout, where Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Thomas Pesquet, and Aki Hoshide gave final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride out to pad 39A.
And though it was early morning before dawn, we did still get some awesome views of those Teslas heading down the NASA Causeway before the crew arrived at the pad. And once they arrived, they all took a brief moment to enjoy the view of the vehicle that they will be taking flight on. And then they headed up the fixed service structure to begin a process known as crew ingress. That is where the astronauts entered the vehicle, and the SpaceX team performed a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions were all functioning properly.
About 30 minutes ago, the team closed Dragon's hatch with crew safely inside. So now, in, let's see, less than 57 minutes to go until Dragon starts breathing fire, things will pick up as we get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin propellant loading.
The crew poll for readiness was completed at T-minus 60 minutes, and we did hear those call-outs. And the Dragon poll for prop load will occur here in just about a minute at T-minus 55 minutes. After that will be T-minus 45 minutes will be the internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant loading. And when we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. Now, this is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride uphill.
And then once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin. Throughout the countdown, we've been getting some pretty incredible views of the astronauts you see there on the right, making their final preparations, as well as some close-up views of the suits. The teams have often described the suits as an extension of the Dragon spacecraft, almost a mini spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. So we're hearing that the SpaceX teams are go for launch, and we'll wait for that call for propellant loading. Now, as we wait for that call for the teams to begin propellant loading, we are hearing that there was a weather brief at L-1 hour. We're still looking go for today's launch. Pad escape winds are go. The weather up the Ascent corridor is go. Everything tracking as we're inside now, 55 minutes to launch. All right, so again, there are several milestones here now that we're less than an hour away from launch. Most of the calls will be the team's readiness to get ready for propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. Once we reach that mark, propellant loading will begin. Some of the RP-1 refined kerosene will start to fill the tanks of both the Stage 1 and Stage 2 elements of the Falcon 9 rocket. Stage 2 is smaller and expected to fill up just about 20 minutes prior to launch. But RP-1 refined kerosene will continue to load into the rocket, as well as liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages, filling up just about 3 minutes before launch for the first stage and 2 minutes before launch for the second. All right, and we are hearing that the Dragon teams did conduct that go poll electronically here in Mission Control Houston. The first checked and the first milestone to go for prop load is underway. There's going to be another poll coming up at T-minus 45 minutes with the launch teams, and then prop load is set to begin at T-minus 35. Until then, let's go over to Jasmine over at the Kennedy Space Center. Jasmine?
Thank you, Gary. Joining me now is NASA's Acting Administrator, Steve Jerzik. Thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, no, thanks for having me on.
Of course, of course. So it's a big day. The Commercial Crew program is in full force. Last summer, we launched Demo 2 and then Crew 1 in the fall, and we're gearing up to launch 4 more astronauts from American soil. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. If you would have told me a year ago that we would get 3 crew flights launched in less than a year, I would have just been ecstatic, and I am ecstatic today for the third flight with SpaceX. It's a lot of firsts with this flight, including the first crew rotation. Having that 4 crew on station in the U.S. segment continuously with the commercial crew program transportation capability is going to accelerate the research and technology development we're doing on station, both to benefit folks here on Earth as well as prepare for our Artemis missions.
Right. And with this mission today, we're looking at the space station, but of course, with Artemis, we're going even further to the moon. NASA just announced that they selected SpaceX to develop the first human lunar lander since the Apollo days. What does that mean for our sustained return to the moon?
Yeah, so that kind of completes all the systems we need to develop for the first astronaut landing on the moon under Artemis. So we have the SLS, the core stage test. Was successful a month ago at Stennis, and so that core stage for SLS for Artemis 1 is on a barge and headed to Kennedy Space Center as we speak. It'll arrive here next week, and that'll mean all the components of SLS are here at Kennedy for integration for the Artemis 1 mission. Orion is ready to go for Artemis 1. The Gateway, we did a review of the Gateway the other day, and the Gateway's starting to come together. And then, of course, the last piece is the human landing system, which will transport astronauts from lunar orbit to the surface and back to lunar orbit. So it's really exciting to have the landing system in full development. It's the last piece that we need for our first Artemis missions. And later this year, hopefully, we'll conduct the first Artemis 1 mission, which will be an uncrewed test flight around the moon.
Right. So that is exciting. You know, as we are looking at going to the moon, we're also looking at even further to Mars. We made history just this week with the first flight of Ingenuity. There's also the MOXIE experiment that is converting the Martian atmosphere into oxygen. So what does that mean for our hopeful one day putting people on Mars?
Yeah, so the science missions, the robotic missions are really important because they fill knowledge gaps for us that we need to fill to plan out eventually human missions to Mars. So for example, there's a weather station on Perseverance. And for the first time, we're getting 5-day weather forecasts from Mars, right? So also that weather station characterizes the dust, the size and properties of the dust. And that's really important for mitigating that dust in suits and systems. So it fills knowledge gaps. But MOXIE is really important, right? We generated oxygen from atmospheric CO2, and using the resources of Mars is critical because it will be very challenging to take all the oxygen and all the fuel and water that we need with us for an astronaut mission to Mars. So getting oxygen from the atmosphere and exploiting the frozen water in the regolith or Martian soil is really important because we can break that water down into oxygen and hydrogen for fuel. We can use it for potable water as well as for breathable air. So this, what we call in situ resource utilization or living off the land, is a real enabler for our human missions to Mars.
Right. And of course, we've got our sights set on the moon and Mars, but we're taking care of Earth at the same time. NASA recently joined the White House Climate Task Force. Can you tell us how NASA is going to expand its exploration and understanding of our home planet right here?
Yeah, so we have over about 24 spacecraft in Earth orbit right now, looking down, making observations of the oceans, the atmosphere, the land, vegetation, what we call the cryosphere, or measuring the height of ice sheets, both in the Arctic and Antarctic. So we use the unique view from space to make global measurements over years and decades. And we use that data to conduct research and also to improve models of the Earth systems and modeling, because if we can't predict climate using our research, we can't mitigate climate. And so that's really important that the research we do informs policy making and informs the most effective policies to mitigate climate change, which is really, really important, not only for the U.S., but for the world. Station, on ISS, we also have instruments mounted externally on ISS. It's in a unique orbit, an inclined orbit that's different from most of our Earth orbiting spacecraft that look down, which are in a polar orbit. And for certain types of instruments, that orbit is very advantageous. It gives us a lot of coverage and a unique perspective. And so we're using ISS more and more as an Earth observation platform. So, you know, both with the research we do with NASA, with our other government agency partners through the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and also in collaboration with our international partners, you know, we're going to continue to make those observations, do that research, and improve our ability to predict climate change.
Right. We are making progress across the universe. NASA Acting Administrator Steve Jerzik, thank you so much for joining us today. Now we're going to take it back to John and Hawthorne as action begins to pick up on the pad.
Thanks, Jasmine. It's just inside 46.5 minutes to launch. The SpaceX launch team, they're finishing their final review of data from checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director is about to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. This will be the last poll before liftoff. The 7 SpaceX engineers indicate they are go by electronically voting on an online countdown procedure. We won't hear a verbal poll, something folks may remember from the earlier days of launch and movies like Apollo 13. The launch director is also checking with Dragon mission director and the NASA launch manager to make sure everyone is ready to go. Meanwhile, on the Dragon spacecraft, on the screen you can see the crew arm is still in the service position. The crew is on board Dragon, waiting for next instructions, which will be to stow the arm for launch and to arm the launch escape system. Once the launch director gives final instructions to the launch team, which should be coming up in about 30 seconds, the crew arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of the Axis arm as it swings away from the capsule, taking about 2 minutes to move out of the way. Now the range continues to be go for launch. They're monitoring the area around the pad as well as air and sea space around the flight corridor. And on the weather front, the weather officer gave a fantastic at the T-minus 1 hour briefing. The winds for all conditions of flight, liftoff, contingencies, getting into space, everything looks good both at ground level and upper altitude. So right now we're just waiting to listen to the SpaceX launch director give the poll and then also give the instructions to the team and move into retracting the crew access arm. So we're going to listen for a minute to the countdown net.
Poll is complete and team is ready for propellant load and crew access arm retract. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they'll approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed into launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the countdown, operator shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators will man their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Crew access arm retraction started.
There you see a live view of the crew access arm retracting away from Crew Dragon in preparation for launch. The countdown clock continues to tick, and we're now at T-minus 42 minutes and 33 seconds. We're standing by for the completion of the crew access retraction. This is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff. Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed, and from there, we'll hear that Falcon 9 prop load has started, which is one of my favorite milestones of the launch countdown.
We just saw a beautiful shot from inside the White Room as the crew arm was moving away. There it is. The capsule, you can just barely see it in the corner now of that opening where that is where the side hatch was. where the astronauts ingress Dragon, and now you can see it continuing to swing away from the Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon Endeavour in preparation for launch. That is a really cool angle. And Tracy, as we're watching the crew arm still retracting here, we are about to have the International Space Station fly over us, right?
We are, yes, here at KSC, Kennedy Space Center. It looks like in another minute to the southeast, traveling across east-northeast. The station should be visible overhead.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
Now we just heard confirmation that the crew access arm is done retracting.
Up next, we'll expect to hear a call to arm the launch escape system.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 7. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
Copy. SpaceX Endeavour visors are down.
Copy, visors down.
Okay, so the crew there reporting that they have closed and locked their visors in place in preparation for the launch escape system arming. The launch escape system is a critical safety feature. This is something that the shuttle did not have. We take very seriously the fact that the astronauts' lives are in our hands, and we take every measure possible to ensure that the crew has options and has an escape in the worst of scenarios. So this is simply a path to safety for the crew in the event that they need to depart the pad in an emergency, and also applies to aborting the mission even after liftoff and through Ascent.
And the Crew Dragon Endeavour actually has an enhanced abort capability now. That was one of the improvements made to this capsule after Demo 2, and it increased the propulsion system on Dragon.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Okay, so that was confirmation that the launch escape system is armed, and so that is what we have to hear before fueling on the Falcon 9 rocket can begin. So we are about just under 4 minutes away from that milestone. But again, we were saying the propulsion system. Oh, there's a shot of the space station. There it is.
Yeah, everybody wave.
They're waving down at us. I think they're watching right now. So.
They are. You know they are.
Yeah. Hi guys.
Hi.
We see you. So that's super cool. But yeah, the abort system, it's been improved by about 10%. That's the Super Draco thrusters. There's 8 of them built directly into the Crew Dragon, and so that actually allowed for a wider margin in terms of wind speeds. So there's greater opportunities for launch. But weather not looking like much of a concern at all today. In fact, last we heard there's less than 5% chance of violation. So more than 95% go conditions, which is great.
Yeah. Pretty rare for launches from here.
Yes. And that launch escape system, how that works is, once the fueling begins at T-minus 35 minutes, if there's any kind of emergency, Crew Dragon can launch itself off the top of the Falcon 9 rocket, and then it would splash down under parachutes off the coast in the Atlantic, and we have rescue teams pre-positioned in the event of an emergency if that happens, which is highly unlikely, but it's something the NASA and SpaceX and Department of Defense teams practice for extensively. That launch escape system is also equipped to perform an abort after liftoff. We would call that an in-flight launch escape, and that can happen at any point throughout the ascent trajectory.
Yeah, we actually tested this launch escape system in multiple ways. We performed a pad abort test where a Dragon capsule was on the pad and simulated an abort where it took off like a rocket like you've never seen and deployed parachutes and splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean. We also conducted an in-flight abort test, which was incredible to witness. I mean, it was a test unlike any other that we'd performed before, and where we launched a Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon on top, and about 100 seconds into flight, simulated an anomaly. Dragon took off and deployed parachutes, splashed down, and so this is a system that we have tested, but never expect to utilize. Once again, the booster that you're looking at now, if you're wondering why it looks a little dirty, that is actually soot that was left from re-entry after its last mission. This particular booster supported the Crew 1 mission very recently, and we have, there we can see a photo of our Crew 2 astronauts. Actually, they're holding up their fingers because they have soot. They signed their initials, their names into the soot there in the background. So I've said before, I love the human spaceflight traditions that we have, and I think this is a new one. Tracy, you said it earlier.
Yeah. We never got to draw on the shuttle before we launched, so this is kind of cool.
Yeah, Thomas, they were answering questions about it, and he started to say we carved our initials, and he quickly stopped himself. No, we didn't carve anything into the Falcon 9. We traced our initials in the side of the rocket, and so you could see closely in that photo, if you look, you could see the initials of each astronaut. So that's really cool and something that we look forward to seeing on future reused boosters. This one is set to land.
Load has started.
Okay, we just heard confirmation that fueling has begun on the Falcon 9 rocket. And this first stage booster is set to land on a SpaceX drone ship at sea after liftoff. We are now at T-minus 34 minutes, 30 seconds and counting from Crew Dragon's third launch with astronauts and the first for 2021. Today begins the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. The launch escape system is armed, which happened just before fueling began at T-minus 35 minutes. The Dragon capsule was loaded with propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. And in order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And Kate, I'll let you talk more about the fuel.
Yeah, so for that fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Together, these two propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that the fueling is underway on Falcon 9, that means the 8 Super Draco engines built directly into Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule off of the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the launch pad. The NASA and SpaceX teams have trained extensively for exactly that type of contingency, along with the Department of Defense Detachment 3, who does a fantastic job in those training scenarios. Now over to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for an operations update. John?
Well, we are counting down those final minutes, and everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now. Falcon 9 did begin propellant loading just a couple of minutes ago. We heard it. Now, the first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is fuel. That's loaded into the tank at the bottom of each stage. The other is an oxidizer, and that goes, obviously, into the tank at the top of each stage. Now, the fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene called RP1. And the oxidizer loaded on each stage is densified liquid oxygen called LOX. Densified means that it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles, and it takes up less volumes. So this allows us to get more oxidizer loaded onto the first and second stages. Now to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use an ignition fluid called T-tub. When T-tub comes in contact with oxygen, it burns, and it gives off a green-colored flame. Now once we've got the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation. Now currently we've just begun. The first stage fuel tank is about right now a little under 10% full. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle you see on your screen. The white cylinder topped off by the black cylinder, that makes up the first stage. And then the top 1/3 underneath the Dragon capsule, that's our second stage. Now at this time, the second stage fuel tank is about 8% full. Now the fuel tank, if you were to zoom in, that's where the NASA meatball logo is positioned. And right above it, you can just make out the red NASA worm logo, and that's where the liquid oxygen tank is on the second stage. And there's a closer view. Now, in addition to loading the fuel, we're also loading oxygen, the liquid oxygen, onto the first stage. We won't start liquid oxygen loading on the second stage until T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Stage 1 cryo.
And liquid oxygen will continue loading on both stages until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading into pressure vessels is also underway. We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. On board the Dragon spacecraft, you can see here in a close-up, the astronauts are monitoring systems while the propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. The crew training in the simulator included playback of sounds that we've recorded in the Dragon capsule during recent flights. So they get an idea what all that hissing and popping and banging is from the vent valves and the pressurization systems. Now the range continues to report no problems. They are go to support launch. And the weather also looks good. I mentioned the T-minus 1 hour briefing. We called it fantastic. Currently, we don't have anything that we are tracking that could be a concern. We have a very small possibility of a pop-up rain shower, but nothing showing up. So right now, 29 minutes, 40 seconds ago, it looks like we've got good weather. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity coming in 3 days. So right now, let's turn it back over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that are going to happen after the liftoff of Falcon 9.
Great news, John. For Crew 2, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 23 hours, and their journey will be fairly similar to the trip Crew 1 made in November of last year.
All right, as we wait T0 in just about 29 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of systems checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. As we wait for the launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic Launch Pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into the flight, Falcon 9 engines will throttle up to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. And from there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event. SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, is where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage along with our Crew 2 astronauts to orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the 9 M1D engines will reignite and then shut down. And this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
While Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls, or what we call GNC, that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 23-plus hours, Dragon will be in its rendezvous and approach phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to station. All of that will be coming up soon. For now, let's check back in with Courtney in Mission Control Houston. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The space station team here in Houston is focused, and the critical systems on the station continue to function normally. The teams have verified the command path from the ground through our constellation of communication satellites to the station. Everything is nominal, and the station will be ready to receive Dragon tomorrow. Once the crew arrives at the station, they'll join Expedition 65. While on board, their official designation will be flight engineers, except for JAXA's Aki Hoshide, who will take command of the space station from NASA's Shannon Walker, just before Crew 1 comes home. He'll be the station commander until the fall, when he'll hand the reins to European Space Agency Thomas Pesquet for the final part of their mission. Flight Director Paul Kanya is on console now, leading flight controllers in Houston for launch, and Flight Director Scott Stover will lead teams for docking tomorrow. Just a reminder that a launch today will take about 23.5 hours to get to station, with a docking to the Node 2 forward port scheduled tomorrow at 4:10 a.m. Central. Once Dragon is docked to the station, the team here in Houston will assist Dragon and space station astronauts with leak checks, as they will work to open hatches on both Dragon and the inside of the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch open to take place approximately 2 hours after docking. That's it for us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Florida. Marie?
All right, thanks, Courtney. You're looking live at the Falcon 9 rocket and SpaceX Crew Dragon, and we can see liquid oxygen venting off the rocket. That is normal and expected. It is now T-minus 23 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the third astronaut launch from U.S. soil in the past year, and the first with 2 international partners aboard. Commander Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur, and mission specialist Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide are strapped into their seats inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour on top. There's an inside view. We can see them live as the Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation is well underway now. The launch escape system is armed, and that means the Crew Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 rocket in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations look and sound as expected, and we are counting down to liftoff at 5:49 Eastern Time.
This mission is the continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft. This wouldn't have been possible without the success of the NASA SpaceX Demo 2 test flight last year and the safe delivery of the Crew 1 astronauts to the space station last fall for a long-duration mission. Those Crew 1 astronauts are preparing to return to Earth shortly after Crew 2 arrives at station.
And this will be the first time we'll see 2 Crew Dragons docked to the space station at the same time. Crew 1's Resilience and Crew 2's Endeavour, that's on the launch pad right now.
With the arrival of the Crew 2 team, I believe that'll bring the head count on station to 11 people. And as much as I love camping, that does sound like it would be a little crowded up there.
Yeah, you counted 11 people on board the station, 9 of them in the U.S. segment. We've got 4 crew quarters, which are basically crew bedrooms. We've got both commanders of the Dragons sleeping in their vehicles. That leaves 3 people needing a place to sleep. That's Suichi, Shannon, and Victor. They'll be in the gym, the Columbus, and the airlock, respectively. So you could say it's quite a full house. They'll be camping out, rolling out their sleeping bags on rack fronts. So it'll be tight.
What a great benefit to being commander. You have your own private suite
with windows. And yeah, it's a nice place to be.
Yeah, and that's honestly the window shots that we have been receiving from the crew have been one of my favorite things from the Crew 1 team up there, and even Bob and Doug whenever they were up there as well. Just the view outside of the Crew Dragon window. It's actually my phone background right now. And it's just incredible, and I love that we get to, that they share their perspective with us from above.
Let's give you a quick recap of who the astronauts are sitting inside the capsule here. In the foreground, sitting closest to the front of your screen, is Commander Shane Kimbrough. He is commanding the Crew Dragon Endeavour today, and he is a native of Texas, making his 3rd trip to space. The retired U.S. Army colonel first launched aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour on STS-126, then aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for expeditions 49 and 50. Kimbrough has spent a total of 189 days in space and performed 6 spacewalks.
Pilot Megan MacArthur will be making her 2nd trip to space, but her 1st to the space station. She was born in Honolulu. She was born in Honolulu, but considers California her home state. MacArthur served as a mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-125, the final servicing mission of the Hubble Space Telescope. She operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of 12 days and 21 hours, capturing the telescope and maneuvering the crew members throughout 5 spacewalks to lengthen the telescope's life.
And mission specialist Aki Hoshide is embarking on his 3rd space flight today. The JAXA astronaut from Tokyo previously flew on STS-124 aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery to deliver and install Japan's science laboratory Kibo. He also flew aboard the Russian Soyuz on expeditions 32 and 33 for a 124-day visit to the space station.
And in the far corner of your screen is mission specialist Thomas Pesquet. He will be making his 2nd trip to space. Born in Rouen, France, Pesquet first flew to space on the Russian Soyuz as a flight engineer for expeditions 50 and 51. In that time, he worked on more than 50 different experiments and performed 2 spacewalks with Kimbrough to maintain the space station. He has logged 197 days in space. Pesquet will be the first European to fly in Crew Dragon, and it will be the first time a European astronaut has launched from America in more than a decade.
Each of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 65 once they arrive at the International Space Station, with Aki Hoshide taking over as commander of the station right before Crew 1 departs.
And as we're looking at a live view of the pad, again, fueling is underway. We heard a call out during those bio recaps that the RP-1 load is complete on the 2nd stage. And we have a really special treat if we could take a view of Bob Behnken's spacesuit. We have that in studio. That is the actual spacesuit worn by Bob Behnken during the Demo 2 test flight, and you can see the photo of his wife, Megan MacArthur, in the photo there, and she is sitting in the same spacecraft in the same seat that Bob did almost a year ago on the Demo 2 mission. Megan is the pilot for this mission. There's a shot of Bob's spacesuit on the left and Doug Hurley's spacesuit on the right. This was a couple days ago during the pre-launch news conference. So again, looking live at the pad, Falcon 9 will have 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, and we've We've heard it sounds like a gorilla sitting on your chest. Would you say that's accurate, Tracy?
Yeah. I've never had actually a gorilla on my chest, but I imagine that one would be that heavy. That the feeling that you have in your chest is pretty significant.
Once again, the white cloud that we see there is expected, totally normal. That's just the liquid oxygen vaporizing essentially as it comes into contact with this humid Florida air. As a point of reference, the liquid oxygen that we load on board Falcon 9 is super chilled to help densify that liquid oxygen. When I say super chilled, I mean really, really cold. We're talking like negative 336 degrees. So, of course, whenever it comes into ambient air, it will turn into its gaseous state.
Which LOX load has started.
Okay, and there we just heard the call out that second stage LOX load has just begun.
And so the mission teams that we've seen in control rooms from Kennedy Space Center to Houston to Hawthorne are all laser focused on keeping this crew safe from this point and all the way to the space station and back home in 6 months. We had a chance to ask about their mindset right now from a couple of their leaders.
There's a very delicate dance between the weather, normally the weather and the operations, and making sure all these complex systems are working correctly together. And what it's really important is just how calmly, quietly, efficiently the team's working through every single one of those things. It's why we train.
People are very passionate about this program, as am I, and they know the consequences of what they're doing. They know that the crew's lives depend on what they're doing. This human spaceflight endeavor requires diligence every day on the job, and I think our team knows that.
I definitely feel like those crew members are in our hands, and we need to be there thinking straight, making sure we're making the right decisions so that we're getting that crew safely to the International Space Station.
And that was Kathy Leaders and Steve Stitch, who have been in charge of the NASA team for much of the life of the Commercial Crew Program and have worked very closely with the folks on the SpaceX side who have gotten to know these astronauts on a personal level and have taken such care in all of the checkouts and the paranoia reviews, as they're called, to make sure that they're constantly looking for problems to uncover, to make sure that every leaf, every stone is unturned to make this flight as safe as possible for the crew. Again, it is now T-minus 14 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. Liftoff will be about 1 hour before sunrise here on Florida Space Coast, and if we're lucky, we may see a beautiful contrail at first light. At the time of launch at 5:49 and 2 seconds Eastern Time, the space station will be flying 258 miles over the Indian Ocean south of Sri Lanka. And now with T-minus 13 minutes, 50 seconds and counting, we want to focus on the pad as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. We will turn it over to Hawthorne to take us through launch at 5:49 this morning. John?
We're inside T-minus 14 minutes. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon, 49 minutes and 2 seconds after the hour. Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Loading of the RP-1 fuel onto stage 2 is complete. Fuel loading is continuing on the first stage. We're over half full, and it'll finish at T-minus 6 minutes. The densified liquid oxygen loading is continuing on the first stage, and we began loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage a few minutes ago. The liquid oxygen loading will wrap up T-minus 3 minutes on the first stage, about T-minus 2 minutes on the second stage. Checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, are coming up, along with throttle valve checkouts on the engines. That's where we move the engines a little bit, make sure the hydraulics are ready to go. Currently the range is go, ready to support, working no issues, and we continue to have good weather both at the launch pad at ground level, at the upper altitude winds, and downrange at the contingency landing sites. On the Dragon spacecraft, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. Their communication checkouts are complete. The crew access arm is retracted, as you see on your monitors, away from the vehicle. The launch escape system is armed. The crew is strapped in and ready to go. Final instructions to the crew will be coming at T-minus 10 minutes. They'll configure their displays for launch. That'll give them insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health. And for Dragon at T-minus 5 minutes, we'll hear it enter terminal count as they transition to internal power. Now we're going to hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we get close to T-minus 0 and to the liftoff. Now, Gary, we talked about the Ascent sequence of events that are coming up here. You and Jesse went through that a little while ago. But we're also going to have abort modes. Can you explain a little bit about what the abort mode callouts are that we might hear?
That's right, John. We're continuing to track that the Falcon 9 and Dragon are looking good for launch, but just in case anything were to happen, Dragon is fully prepared to initiate an abort and use those Super Draco engines to escape from a speeding Falcon 9. On the way uphill, you'll hear a series of letter and number combinations. Those will denote the stage that the rocket is on and the abort zone that we're on as well. On the first stage, you'll hear abort zones A and B. That will cover the Falcon 9's ascent up to about the northern border of North Carolina, about 7.5 to 8 miles in altitude. And the stage 2 will have stage 2A through E. Mostly it will be stage A, or stage 2A abort zone, but towards the end of the 6 minutes that stage 2 will be firing, you'll hear the numbers start going out from B to E, with E being an abort to orbit. All of these capabilities enabled on the Dragon spacecraft to make sure that the crew will be delivered safely into orbit. Inside 10 minutes and 30 seconds, we should be hearing some final status, maybe a good luck and Godspeed from some of the ground teams here, ensuring that the crew is ready to go, that Falcon 9, Dragon, and all the support teams are ready for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
Displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX copies. Shane, Megan, Aki, Tama. We're thrilled to have crew on board Endeavour once again, and truly honored to have you all at the helm. It's been a pleasure training alongside you ahead of this historic launch. We wish you a great mission, good luck, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you, Chad, Christian, Frank, and all the teams who got our crew and vehicle ready for this mission. I want to say a special thank you to our families and friends. We're incredibly grateful for your support and sacrifice during our training and our upcoming flight. Our crew is flying astronauts from NASA, ESA, and JAXA, which hasn't happened in over 20 years. We're excited to represent our nations, agencies, and all of humanity. Off the Earth, for the Earth, Endeavour is ready to go.
All right, some celebratory handshakes from inside the Crew Dragon. That was the voice of the Corps, Chad Healy, here in Mission Control Hawthorne. Next series of events, John, will be the engine chill. Everything's looking good so far.
Yeah, it is. We're actually watching the fuel trim valves on the Merlin 1D engines, going through some checkouts right now. And as you said, at T-minus 7 minutes, we're going to start a sequence of events that begins with opening the pre-valves. Currently, the liquid oxygen, the kerosene fuel on the Falcon 9 first, second stages is separated from the Merlin engines. T-minus 7 minutes, just over a minute from now, we open the pre-valves. That allows propellant down to the top of the engine or the inlet to the turbo pumps. At the same time, we open up bleed valves on the turbo pumps, and that allows a little bit of that densified ultra-cold liquid oxygen to flow through the pump and to chill down the liquid oxygen pump. That way, when we get to T-minus 2 seconds and we spin the pumps up and everything comes to full power, we're not pulling very cold liquid oxygen through a warm pump. So as that cools it down right now, that'll get it ready for that ignition sequence in the last couple of seconds. So we should hear that call out that the stage 1 engine chill has started. You'll also hear in flight, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes into flight, MVAC chill has begun. That's also a repeat sequence there, where we open the bleed valve and begin chilling that engine one more time before it lights after stage separation. Right now we're waiting to see the pre-valves come open and the chill begin.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Yep, and there's the call out. We've got indication pre-valves coming open on the engines, and we have begun to chill in the Merlin engines for flight.
That's right, John. Now inside 6 minutes, 40 seconds. RP1 rocket-grade kerosene is completely filled in the second stage. We're anticipating about 30 more seconds for the first stage to be completely filled with that RP1 refined kerosene. The liquid oxygen will continue to flow through the first and second stages up to the final minutes before T0.
RP load is complete.
All right, confirmation. We have 100% fill of RP1 on both the first and second stages. 6 minutes to go until an instantaneous launch window today. The next milestone will be Dragon to transition to configure for terminal count. And this time, terminal count, the Dragon will be on internal power, no longer relying on the lines from the ground. And from there, the Falcon 9 propellant tanks will pressurize for strong back retract. That'll be another visual milestone. The clamps just below the Dragon's unpressurized trunk will open, and the strong back will tilt back just 2 degrees. Then right after liftoff, back to 45 degrees. Again, RP1 kerosene, both on the first and second stages. Liquid oxygen continues to flow through on the first and second stages. That very densified, very cold liquid oxygen.
Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, John, good calls and right on time. Dragon is now on internal power.
Okay, next major event coming up is going to be opening the clamp arms around the second stage in preparation for retracting the strong back away from the vehicle to get ready for liftoff.
Strong back is retracting.
We heard the call out. Strong back is beginning to retract. We're into the automated sequence. We should see the clamp arms that are just visible there around the top of the second stage begin to open up. Once they are open, then the strong back will begin to move away from the Falcon 9. Watching the sequence, a nice view from up on top of the fixed service structure. The arms are opening. And we're beginning to recline away from the Falcon 9. We'll move the strong back 2 degrees away from the Falcon 9. That'll get it ready for liftoff. And at T0, when the flight computer commands liftoff, the hydraulics on the strong back will pull it to a position 45 degrees away from the Falcon 9, giving it the clearance for launch. So right now, the strong back is moving away. Everything proceeding nominally.
It's great to hear, John. We're also anxiously awaiting the liquid oxygen complete on the first stage. Should hear that call very shortly.
Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Okay, we've heard the call out. Stage 1 LOX load is complete. We're loading liquid oxygen on the second stage for about another 30 seconds or so. Once we get the liquid oxygen load complete on the second stage, the propellant line that runs up the side of the strongback that carries liquid oxygen will vent that line down to make sure there's no liquid in it when we get to liftoff. When we do that, we open up valves on the strongback, and as Kate and Marie were talking earlier, when we vent off that very cold gaseous oxygen, it'll merge with the warm, humid Florida air, and you'll get a large white plume of condensation off of the back of the strongback. That'll be normal, coming about a minute and a half before launch. Everything continuing to look good.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
Dragon is in auto idle.
All right, with that, the Falcon 9 is fully fueled. We have fuel on both the first and second stages, and both stages are filled with liquid oxygen.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
Dragon is also in auto idle. The flight computers on Dragon, maintaining their calculations, standing by, waiting for the T0 mark. 1 minute, 15 seconds until launch. The 1 minute mark, Dragon will transition to countdown, and the flight termination system will arm the computers on Falcon 9. We'll be talking to the computers on Dragon and can issue an abort if necessary.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
All right, 50 seconds to go. Everything is ready for an on-time launch today.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Copy, go for launch.
Ground teams are ready, and the crew inside Dragon is ready. 30 seconds to go until launch.
Seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission and liftoff. Godspeed, Endeavour and Crew 2.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2, now making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on first stage performance so far.
We are T plus 30 seconds into the second rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. Falcon 9 will be throttling down the 9 Merlin engines shortly here in preparation for maximum dynamic pressure. And there's that call out for the throttle down. Maximum dynamic pressure, or max Q, is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees throughout ascent. So throttling down does help us pass. Throttling down helps us pass through this period, which should be coming here shortly.
Max Q.
There's that call out that we have just passed through max Q.
Stage 1, throttle up.
And
1
we can
Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
All right, 1 Bravo is the second abort mode on the first stage. First stage continues to fire for 2 minutes, 35 seconds. 1.5 minutes into today's flight. Falcon 9 now traveling at more than 1,500 miles an hour.
MVAC engine chill started.
All right, the engine chill for the second stage single Merlin engine has started. About 30 more seconds of the first stage firing to bring our 4 astronauts into orbit.
Now from here, coming up in about 20-some seconds, we're going to have 3 major milestones. We'll have shutdown of the 9 Merlin engines. We're beginning to throttle them down. We will then get stage separation.
1, throttle down.
And then we will get ignition of the second stage engine to propel Dragon and the Falcon 9 second stage into orbit.
2
Nico.
Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Confirmed.
Acquisition signal right.
And ignition.
And we have ignition of the second stage. You see the green flash of that T-TEB fluid. The expansion nozzle on the second stage Merlin vacuum glowing that bright red that we like to see. Good performance on the second stage so far.
And on the left side of your screen, we saw the exhaust of the second stage engine streaming past the first stage as the grid fins are coming out. We also briefly had a view of the lights of Central Florida in the background. Currently, the first stage is continuing to coast up to apogee. It's unpowered. It'll reach a peak height and then begin to descend back down toward the Earth's atmosphere, where it will light 3 engines to slow down in preparation for what will be a landing burn on the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. You can see the grid fins are deployed right now. The first stage
Dragon,
pulsing.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
We're pulsing the thrusters.
Signal Bermuda.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
And we hear a call out from the crew, nominal trajectory. So we're beginning to move the first stage into position so it can do the entry burn.
Four minutes, 15 seconds into today's flight. Second stage propelling our 4 astronauts up the eastern seaboard. We'll continue to fire. It's a 6-minute burn to deliver the astronauts into orbit. We'll wait for a cue for good orbital insertion after that. Meanwhile, we'll be hearing check-ins on the vehicle's trajectory and performance, as well as check-ins with some of the ground stations as it passes over throughout the 6 minutes of the second stage firing.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Getting good views of both the first and second stage from the onboard cameras.
Acquisition of signal VOS.
The New Hampshire tracking station has acquired the second stage telemetry signal. Meanwhile, the first stage has reached apogee, and it's now beginning to descend from a height. It's currently about 167 kilometers up, and in a few minutes we will get the entry burn of the second stage, of the first stage.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Right on cue, those check-ins on the second stage performance. Once a minute, everything's looking good on that second stage.
Propulsion is nominal.
Stage 2 continues to climb. The vehicle now exceeding 8,000 miles an hour at an altitude of about 124 miles.
And just about 1 minute from now, we will begin the entry burn of the first stage. That'll consist of lighting the center engine, and then shortly afterwards, 2 more engines for a 3-engine burn to slow down the first stage in preparation for entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Another check-in, and the crew confirming they're hearing the same thing. The vehicle about to exceed about 10,000 miles per hour.
Meanwhile, first stage down at 90 kilometers, getting ready to relight 3 engines for the entry burn.
Stage 2 FTS has safed.
We've got the center engine ignition, and there come the two side engines. Now this entry burn will last about 29 seconds. It's going to significantly slow down the vehicle in preparation for hitting the denser part of the Earth's atmosphere. Entry burn complete. We're down below 35 kilometers, continuing to look good on the first stage, heading to the Atlantic Ocean for a landing on the drone ship.
While second stage is less than a minute away from cutoff.
Stage 2 in terminal guidance.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Shannon called out at the back end of the stage 2, a few seconds until cutoff.
MVAC shutdown.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Launch escape system disarmed. Copy.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbit insertion.
Copy. Nominal orbital insertion.
All right, the Falcon 9 second stage has done its job, delivering our 4 crew into orbit.
You hear the applause here in Hawthorne. We're waiting to get a video signal back from the drone ship. Of course, I still love you. And the view from the onboard camera, we saw it just briefly. It looks like first stage on the drone ship. Getting views of the Dragon trunk. So the first stage is on the drone ship, successfully landed. And more importantly, second stage is in a nominal orbit with the Dragon spacecraft getting ready for some important events coming up, Gary.
That's right. About 2 more minutes. The Dragon and the second stage of the Falcon 9 will be in a coast phase. It'll take that long until the spacecraft separates from the Falcon 9. Of course, both now in a nominal orbit. It's great to see some of the views of the Earth as it passes by over the North Atlantic Ocean. All right, we're getting shots of the crew in orbit. I'm looking for that 0G indicator. Can't seem to see it in this shot, but we have a minute to go until we have spacecraft separation. Dragon traveling at nearly 17,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 124 miles. Again, the 4-person crew of Endeavour is in orbit right now. Less than 30 seconds until we have spacecraft separation. Ten seconds to spacecraft separation. We should hear words from the core here in Mission Control Hawthorne once we have successful separation. Dragon separation control.
Dragon, SpaceX, Falcon team wishes you a great rest of your trip. Say hi to the crew's Dragon Resilience from us and let them know your rocket is home safe. Thanks for flying our first flight proven crewed Falcon 9. See you airside, Crew 2.
Thank you very much. We're great. It's glad to be back in space for all of us, and we'll send our regards to Crew 1 when we get there. Thanks.
Absolutely stunning views from both inside the cabin, seeing the excitement of our 4-person crew inside Endeavour, and watching Endeavour drift away from the camera on the second stage as the Earth passes by on an orbital sunrise.
SpaceX Endeavour week.
And Endeavour, you cut out a little bit there. If the question was if you're go to open visors, you are go to open visors at this time.
Copy and work. Thanks.
All right, 13 and a half minutes past liftoff. The crew is in orbit, traveling at nearly 17,000 miles an hour.
Well, Gary, I don't know about you, but that was a great countdown. Everything sounded great. Right on time, actually a little ahead of time.
Nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Got a good orbit out of Falcon 9, and first stage landed on the drone ship. And we're in the sunlight over the Atlantic Ocean with the Dragon spacecraft. All in all, a great day.
I think everybody's jealous of the crew in orbit right now, John. These views, even just from the cameras, are absolutely stunning. It was great to see our crew members get into orbit. They already performed successful checkouts of the 12 service section Dracos around Dragon. The next milestone will be the deployment of the nose cone. That'll be about a 5-minute process, but that'll expose the forward bulkhead Dracos and prepare them for checkout. There's a phase burn. There's 5 major burns that are needed to get the Crew Dragon up to rendezvous with the International Space Station over the next 23 hours. And so that first phase burn is coming up real soon in about 35 minutes, actually less than 35 minutes. And Jesse, I don't know if you could see the 0G indicator, but I was told it's a penguin. I'm trying to look for it.
I'm looking for it too. Keep an eye out on that left-hand screen.
Meanwhile, the Dragon is configured for a nose cone deployment. We'll stand by for when that sequence starts. The nose cone itself opens just beyond 90 degrees, about 105 degrees, to expose the forward bulkhead Dracos. Those forward bulkhead Dracos, 4 of them at the very top of the Dragon, will do the bulk of the work when it comes to firing the Draco engines for minutes at a time to increase the Dragon's speed, altitude, and phasing to catch up with the International Space Station again over the next 23 hours. Meanwhile, we're still getting camera views from the second stage, looking at that expansion nozzle. Did its work beautifully to deliver the 4 crew into orbit. Dragon over the North Atlantic Ocean.
And Gary, this is John. I think I heard a call out on one of the Dragon nets that the first set of nose cone hooks is open. So it sounds like that sequence is going well.
Very good. Well, from here in Hawthorne, it was very exciting to see the Falcon 9 liftoff and deliver our 4-person crew into orbit. We're going to be with you throughout the entire phase, the rendezvous phase, until Dragon and this 4-person crew docks with the International Space Station. That'll be over the next 23 hours. We'll bring you through some of those major burns that are happening. But I am so jealous of Marie and the group over there over at the Kennedy Space Center. You actually got to see the launch and probably feel it as well. Marie, what was that like?
Oh, it was just spectacular.
Privilege of watching that spectacular launch in person. What was that like?
Watching a launch, particularly a human space launch, will never get old for me. It's just thrilling to see those 9 engines light up and it lift off the pad, get to the main engine cutoff and separation, and get that second stage started. And of course, pre-dawn launches are always amazing. And we could see the vehicle pretty much through the entire trajectory up to Earth orbit. It was just spectacular.
Right. No, absolutely. It was just stunning, and the sun is just now starting to peek over the clouds here. So do you have any final words of encouragement for our NASA team, our SpaceX team, and our international partners?
Yeah, partnerships are key to what we do, particularly in human spaceflight. Our partnership with SpaceX has been tremendous. 3rd launch in less than a year, after almost a 10-year gap in human spaceflight, launching astronauts from American soil on American rockets. So our partnership with SpaceX and our commercial partners, other commercial partners, is critical, and our international partners. We could not do this without them. Very international mission with 2 U.S. astronauts, and one from ESA and one from JAXA, and obviously the ISS is the largest engineering international collaboration in the history of humankind, and it continues to amaze me how well we work together in doing all the research and technology on ISS. And I'm just so grateful for the NASA SpaceX team for their hard work and getting this 3rd launch off, the Crew 2 launch, and looking forward to docking and hatch opening and the welcome ceremony, and also looking forward to Crew 1 return next Thursday on the 28th.
Right. A lot of action still going on at the station right now. So as you mentioned, the next big milestone for Crew 2 will be docking at the station. So where are you going to be for that action?
I'm actually going to stay here at Kennedy Space Center and follow the free flight up to docking, and then I'm going to participate in the welcoming ceremony with my counterparts from ESA, the Director General of ESA, and the President of JAXA, and welcome the Crew 2 astronauts to the ISS.
Fantastic. Kennedy is the place to be right now, then, I guess. Do you have any final remarks that you want to share with us today?
Hey, I'm just so proud of the team. I'm so proud of what this team has been able to accomplish over the past year, particularly. It's been especially challenging, global pandemic and other challenges, and just the focus of the team to get these 3 crew launches off, as well as launch Perseverance, land Perseverance, first powered flight, controlled powered flight of a vehicle on another planet, first time generating oxygen from the atmosphere of Mars, and really looking forward to the core stage for SLS getting here and us moving forward to the first uncrewed test flight, Artemis 1 of SLS and Orion. So accomplished an incredible amount in this last year, and much more to accomplish in the year to come.
Absolutely. We've got a bright future right here at NASA. Thank you so much, NASA Administrator Steve Jerzik, for joining us today. Now we're going to take it back to the KSC host desk.
Thanks, Jasmine. Shane, Megan, Thomas, and Aki are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 5:10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And we're going to stay on the air for continuous live coverage along their entire ride to station. Though our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center is concluding, we're going to turn it over to the teams in Hawthorne and Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 2 mission, all the way through hatch opening and a welcome ceremony for the crew.
And for those of you watching online on YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll find the new link for the Crew 2 rendezvous and coast phase. Live coverage will continue at that new location shortly. And if you're watching on NASA TV, you won't miss a thing, and coverage will continue.
That's right, and as you follow along, we invite you to tune into a post-launch news conference at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV, where NASA and SpaceX will take questions live. In addition to NASA TV, you can always follow along on Twitter at @NASA, @SpaceX, and nasa.gov for mission updates. Huge thanks to all of our guests for joining us today, and thank all of you for getting up early on the East Coast and watching. Now here are highlights from the journey to orbit off the Earth for the Earth.
We can see the astronauts are now working with SpaceX suit technicians and the closeout team. And that's our commander, Shane Kimbrough.
There's Megan MacArthur getting helped into her gloves in her spacesuit. And mission specialist Thomas Pesquet will be making his second trip to space. But that's Aki Hoshide having a laugh with some of the suit technicians. There's Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur in the front, Megan blowing kisses. Thomas and Aki ready for their ride to the space station. And here they come, the Crew 2 astronauts taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
I love this moment. They're now going to have the opportunity to wave goodbye from a safe distance. And it looks like Bob Behnken is there with the son of he and Megan MacArthur.
ONC departure on schedule.
Right, so we just heard that announcement that the crew has departed the operations and checkout building on schedule. And we can see the astronauts inside the crew access arm. Commander Shane Kimbrough, here he is climbing inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We call this process ingress.
We now see suit technicians will help the crew members get buckled in. As you can see, the side hatch has just been closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission and liftoff. Godspeed, Endeavour and Crew 2.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2, now making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on first stage performance so far.
Plus 30 seconds into the second rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, roger, go for deploy.
Base and everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch. Roger, nice to be in orbit. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Well, Jesse, it's been an exciting morning so far with the launch of Crew 2 from the Kennedy Space Center, NASA's second official long-duration mission for our commercial crew program.
Incredible, Gary. We watched the crew. We watched the crew as they suited up.
I'm going to find the carabiner that is on the outboard side of the survival gear.
Acquisition of signal, Dubai.
We'll need you to verify that carabiner is locked. Then once verified, flip the carabiner underneath the cargo strap, then carefully tuck the red tether underneath the black cargo strap. How copy?
All right, the carabiner that's out on the outboard side, we want to verify it's locked, then we'll slip it under the cargo strap and miss the stuff after that.
Oh, good words on that first part. Following the flipping of the carabiner, carefully tuck the red tether underneath the black cargo strap.
Okay, copy. Tuck the red tether under the black cargo strap, and that is complete. So on to that force.
Good news. Thanks, Dragon.
We heard some good comms between the crew and the Corps here, the Corps providing some instructions to the crew. But it has been such an incredible morning so far. We watched the crew as they suited up in the ONC building, get in their Teslas, ride down to the pad, ingress on Dragon. We had an on-time liftoff this morning at 5:49 a.m. Eastern Time. Stage 1 came back and landed for its second landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. And then we had a great Dragon separation from Falcon 9 and then a nose cone deploy on Dragon.
That's right, but as we said, the mission has just begun. Right now, NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide are flying free inside Dragon after that successful separation from Falcon 9. So we've got about 23 hours until they arrive at the space station, and we'll be here with you for the entire trip.
Immediately after the Dragon spacecraft separated from Falcon 9, it began what we call the activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. During this phase, Dragon is configured for on-orbit operations. The phase begins after separation of Dragon from Falcon 9 and ends with the completion of the final co-elliptic burn. Our initial orbit today is 190 by 210 kilometers, with those values representing the perigee and apogee of the orbit, or the lowest and highest points over Earth. That means that the orbit isn't a perfect circle, but more like a slight ellipse.
So over the next 23 hours, Dragon will execute a series of burns, which will gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. There are 5 major burns, or firings, of the Draco thrusters on Dragon that will bring the spacecraft close to station before we begin final approach maneuvers. The first burn is called the phase burn, which is performed at the first apogee, or the highest point of the initial orbit, and raises Dragon's perigee, or the lowest point, to a higher altitude.
The next burn, which is based on what our orbital data shows us, is the boost burn, which will raise Dragon's orbit until its orbit reaches an altitude of just 10 kilometers lower than the space station, followed soon after by the closed co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. This means that the crew will be about 10 kilometers lower than the station during their entire orbit around Earth. The fourth maneuver is the transfer burn, where we're raising Dragon's apogee, or highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below station. And we round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn to once again maintain a constant orbit beneath station, just 2.5 kilometers below.
Then we'll get into the approach initiation and the final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also when we start integrated operations between the Dragon control team here in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation. During the approach, SpaceX's flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communication with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to the station.
Tomorrow at approximately 2:40 a.m. Pacific time or 7:40 GMT, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters directly below the station. This maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of the 2 safety zones around the station that requires a set of go-no-go poles with the different control teams. The first zone is called the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers, essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside this ellipsoid, referred to the teams as AE, it is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost...
Dragon SpaceX, we are go for the burn.
Endeavour copy, go for the burn.
And we heard a call out that we are go for that first burn. Now this means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its orbital path would take it inside the approach ellipsoid.
So once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below the station, it will be at waypoint 0, which is the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold at 400 meters or continue on if all systems check out on the approach to waypoint 1. By this point, the teams will do a go-no-go poll for Dragon to move inside the keep-out sphere, another zone that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station with a radius of 200 meters. It's another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to the station, and carries a requirement similar to the AE that Dragon's orbital trajectory would not bring it inside that sphere if control was lost. But this time only for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours, instead of 24 hours.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, pausing at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. The crew is headed to the forwardmost port on the International Space Station, the Node 2 forward port. That is where Dragon docked for both our demonstration missions as well as Crew 1 last November. For those following along, Resilience, the Dragon spacecraft used for Crew 1, recently moved from the forward port to the space-facing port on the Harmony module in order to make room for the arrival of Crew 2. Harmony, or Node 2, is where both of the international docking adapters are located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft flights and any other future spacecraft that also use the international docking standard.
Now, once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the docking adapter, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to the station. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
So we have a lot of action to cover over the next 23.5 hours. So let's head down to Mission Control Houston and check back in with Courtney Beasley to get a rundown of all the work being done on station to prepare for Dragon's arrival. How's it going, Courtney?
Thanks, Jesse. A lot of prep work went into this day to make sure we were launching Dragon and this new crew to a fully functional orbital laboratory. Several hours before the crew boarded Dragon, the space station team did their go, no-go poll. There are several key systems we have to ensure are fully functioning before NASA can give their go for launch. And one of those more obvious is making sure our life support systems are functioning normally. This includes the ability to turn water into oxygen for the astronauts to breathe, the ability to remove carbon dioxide exhaled by the station crew into the atmosphere, and our water recovery system, which is now able to recycle about 90% of the water we send to the station. The teams also made sure there were no issues with the station's power or cooling systems. We also work with our Russian counterparts to ensure that both means of controlling the station's attitude, or which way it's pointing, are fully functional. Right now, the Expedition 65 crew aboard the station is awake, preparing for the arrival of Crew 2. Right now, there are 7 astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the station, including Crew 1 astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker, along with JAXA's Soichi Noguchi. They were recently joined by a crew arriving on the Russian Soyuz, including NASA's Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Novinsky and Pyotr Dubrov. When we get to arrival, NASA astronaut and Expedition 65 flight engineer Victor Glover will be monitoring Dragon's approach, using special software to make sure Dragon is flying in the expected areas and on standby to help in any abort scenarios. Once docked, he'll be primed for setting up the hardware on the station side to get ready for hatch opening and pre-positioning some ducting that will be used to integrate Dragon's atmosphere with the rest of the station. So again, a lot of work has already been done to prepare for this day, and the station team remains ready for Dragon to arrive tomorrow morning. For now, back over to Jesse and Gary to take us through the next steps for Dragon.
Thanks, Courtney. We are now waiting for Dragon to move into the phase burn. As we mentioned earlier, there are 5 major burns where Draco thrusters will ignite and bring the spacecraft close to station before we begin final approach maneuvers. Our initial orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9 was 210 by 190 kilometers, and those values representing the apogee, or the highest point over Earth, and the perigee, or the lowest point over Earth. That means that the orbit is in a perfect circle, and we're going to see Dragon raise its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the coming hours as it chases down the space station.
So the first major burn coming up very shortly in about 7 minutes is the phase burn, which is performed at the first apogee of the initial orbit and raises Dragon's perigee to a higher altitude. This burn will use Draco thrusters located both on the forward bulkhead, or the very top of Dragon, and around the service section, or the lower part of the Dragon capsule. The thrusters located on the bulkhead are used primarily for those delta velocity burns, which will gradually raise Dragon's orbit over the coming hours. There are 4 of these thrusters, and they're located beneath the nose cone until it's deployed.
In addition to those 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, there are 12 more Dracos in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's attitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. They can also be used for smaller transitional maneuvers.
All right, so as we wait for that phase burn to come up in just a few minutes, we may be able to squeeze in some social questions. So if you're curious about the aspect of today's crew mission, please submit your questions using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. All right, it looks like we have one that we might be able to squeeze in. Yeah, here's the first one from All Rockets Boy. What is engine chill?
Engine chill is basically where we let a little bit of the very, very cold liquid oxygen into the engines, and that prevents some of that shock when we let the full flow of the liquid oxygen into the engines. We want to prevent, it's very cold, so we want to prep the engines before that super chilled liquid oxygen hits those turbo pumps.
All right. Let's see if we can squeeze in another one. How fast is the space station moving on the Earth in miles or kilometers per hour. Now, this one I know.
How fast, Gary?
That's right. It's this is something that we actually love to share because it is impressive how fast that it goes around the Earth. It goes at 17,500 miles per hour. I think that comes up to something around maybe 28,000 kilometers per hour, I think is the conversion. But it's super, super fast, and this is for an orbit in low Earth orbit. So if you go into higher altitudes, the speed becomes a little bit more just to maintain this geosynchronous orbit, but that's what low Earth orbit is. Right now, Dragon is traveling at approximately 17,000 miles an hour, maybe just a little bit less, and it's 124.
And the ignition?
Yeah, that's pretty fast, Gary.
Yeah.
Shutdown.
We've got another question here. What are the snacks the Crew 2 can eat during the journey to the space station? And how about water?
And nominal.
Oh, that's right. There are plenty of snacks that the crew can eat. All of these snacks come in either meals ready to eat or in freeze-dried containers, and they have the ability to either rehydrate them. So, for example, strawberries. I've had rehydrated strawberries. They're actually pretty good. They also just have them in vacuum-sealed containers, like just little candies or nuts. If you have a combination like mixed nuts or anything. So yeah, they have a lot of those. They do have to track their daily food intake, so you do have to scan it. I'm sure that astronauts do cheat, but you're not supposed to.
So you're saying if I don't want to cook, I can just fly on Crew Dragon and have some MREs to eat?
That's right. Meals ready to eat. You just rip it open and start it. Yeah, save a lot of time. That's for sure. All right, we're coming up at about 3 minutes, I think, until the phase burn. Might be able to squeeze in another question. If you keep sending them in using the hashtag LaunchAmerica, we'll continue to answer them throughout today's broadcast. This first burn is the phase burn. It did change a little bit from what we were looking at in terms of the trajectory to get to the International Space Station. If we were to launch yesterday, of course, we did scrub. The winds at the pad or in the Ascent corridor were a little above what we were wanting. And actually, teams did say that if we were to launch yesterday or attempt to launch yesterday, we would have scrubbed because those winds did end up not being what we wanted to. But instead, we are lifted off today right on time. So this first phase burn is a little bit shorter than it would have been if we were to go yesterday. So this first phase burn is about 2 minutes long, just a little bit longer. But that'll, again, raise the perigee of the orbit or the lowest point to a slightly higher altitude.
Awesome. And while we are waiting for that phase burn, we have one more question from social. Do the astronauts on the ISS communicate with their families at whatever time they want, or do they have to be at a specific time or following certain procedures?
They have a very tight schedule.
Endeavour, comm check from the cabin mic.
SpaceX has you loud and clear. How may?
We have you loud and clear, Chad.
Great news.
All right, so that was Core Chad Healy here in Mission Control Hawthorne. Responding was Commander of Crew Dragon Endeavour, Shane Kimbrough. The first major burn, there are 5 during the rendezvous phase of Endeavour's approach to the International Space Station. That's expected in less than a minute from now. Again, that'll be a 2-minute firing of Dragon's Draco thrusters, a combination of both the forward bulkhead Dracos that are now exposed thanks to the nose cone opening on the forward end of Dragon, and the service section Dracos that surround the Dragon capsule.
If you're just now joining us, what you are looking at is Mission Control Hawthorne, and on your left-hand screen is the core, who is speaking with the crew throughout the entire duration of the mission.
And we do have confirmation of phase burn start. Forward bulkhead Draco's firing. This is again a 2-minute burn, a little more than 2 minutes. And this will raise the Dragon's perigee, or the lowest point in its orbit, to a higher altitude.
You're just now joining us. We are currently in the phase burn as we speak. And what you're seeing on your screen is Mission Control Hawthorne with the core on your left-hand side. We are waiting for confirmation.
Dragon SpaceX, burn nominal.
Copy, nominal burn.
And perfect timing. We had a good call out of a nominal phase burn. Now that that phase burn is complete, coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will doff their suits, which means to remove them until they are ready to make their approach to station tomorrow. Following suit doffing at 4:10 a.m. Pacific time or 11:10 GMT, the crew will have their first meal on board Dragon. And they have enough food on board Dragon for 12 meals each, along with snacks for the trip up. Now, these are MREs, or meals ready to eat, and they're essentially prepackaged meals ready for consumption without any heating or addition of ingredients. They also, of course, have water up there with them, 55 liters or 14.5 gallons of water.
Now, this is a little bit different from what you see on board the International Space Station. They do have meals ready to eat up there, but they do have a food warmer. So instead of having it at room temperature, they do have the ability to heat it up. If they're having some turkey or chicken, they have that option. They also have freeze-dried food, which just means that it's dehydrated, so they can put it into a machine, and the packets themselves actually have instructions for how much liquid to put into those containers. You can make it warm, you can make it cold or room temperature, but they have a little bit of variety there, as well as some snacks. The water itself is recycled, and they got the recycling process to about 90% on station now. They're trying to improve it even more for when we go on journeys to the moon and Mars, which will be a requirement for that.
That is pretty incredible. Using recycled water, we've got MREs, easy to eat meals ready to just open up and eat, almost like camping food a little bit, right?
That's right.
And as I mentioned earlier, the crew is getting ready to doff their suits. What does that mean, Gary?
Just is a fancy word for taking off. And we've heard that a lot. If you've been tuning in with us throughout today's coverage, you've probably heard a lot of these spaceflight terms. Doffing is when you take off a suit. Donning would be taking on. We've also, when the crew ingressed or entered into the capsule, that was another one. And then, of course, crew egress, which I won't be doing for a while. They'll rather ingress into the International Space Station once they are docked. But they'll be able to doff their suits and get into a comfortable position. Really, the suits are used for the most dynamic phases of flight. So Ascent is definitely one of those. You got the shake, rattle, and roll of a launch, and that suit will help to maintain pressure just in the unlikely event that there were to be a cabin leak inside the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, those suits are almost like a second spacecraft, right? And so these are custom suits with their custom seats in Dragon. They go hand in hand with each other. And even though they are custom, I'm sure they are probably ready to get out of those suits. They do have a 23-hour ride to station, so want them to get comfortable. We should hear from the crew a little bit later on in the broadcast, so that should be pretty exciting.
That's true. That event will be pretty special. It will actually be able to see them from on orbit, the cameras, and they'll be able to do a show exactly what it's like life aboard the inside of the Dragon capsule, which will only be their home for, like Jesse said, a little more than 23 hours. Then they'll get to go to the International Space Station, way more space, even though there's going to be 11 people on board for a couple of days until Crew 1 departs the International Space Station. Still, you got a lot of room in there for them to do all the scientific experiments, and of course life aboard. So they have a place to gather together and eat meals. They'll have sleeping quarters. It's really the place where they're going to be spending the bulk of their time, really the purpose of today's mission.
And I've heard a comparison of the size of the International Space Station. It's about the size of a football field, correct?
That's right. About the size of a football field is the entire thing. Now, I've asked several astronauts about, what's it feel like inside? And some people say it's about the size of a 5-bedroom house, but it doesn't really feel that way because it's more long than it is, wide with different bedrooms, this, that, and the other way. So they say it's more like the inside of a 747 aircraft.
Oh, wow. Well, the Crew 2 crew will get to see what that is like very soon. Over the next few hours, we will be staying with you through these 5 major burns. We have completed the phase burns so far on Dragon. And again, we are coming up on suit doffing, where the crew will get out of those suits and get a little bit more comfortable inside of Crew Dragon.
You're getting a live look at both of the control rooms that are monitoring Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. On the right, that's where we are here at SpaceX's headquarters in Hawthorne, California. The flight controllers there have the primary responsibility of Dragon's rendezvous phase with the International Space Station. Now, that does not mean that the International Space Station flight control room you see at the left over in Houston will be unstaffed at any time. Those rooms are staffed 24 hours a day to watch over the International Space Station. They not only will be looking after that vehicle, but they'll be looking after the Crew Dragon and getting status updates as it makes its way to the International Space Station. Right as we get past these 5 major burns. Again, we just completed the first one, the phase burn. That was 35 minutes right after orbital insertion. It was a 2-minute burn. There's a couple more burns coming up, but that'll complete the rendezvous phase, and then we'll get into the approach phase. Right before we get into the approach ellipsoid, we'll enter into joint operations. When we're in joint operations, that's a whole new set of flight rules. At that time, both of these control rooms that you see on your screen will be looking after
SpaceX for next burn.
We'll be looking after the same procedures. Now we'll stand by for the call on the next burn.
Go ahead for next burn.
And Dragon, we will not be taking the OOP burn that is stated on your timeline. However, we do expect 1 to 2 small phase burns ahead of the boost burn per your displays.
Okay, I copy. No OOP burn, but a couple of small phase burns. Thanks.
Good words.
We heard that call out that there will be no OOP burn. What does OOP mean, Gary?
Oop, there it is, right? Out of plane burn. So, like I said, there are 5 major burns, and they really are calculated for some of the major maneuvers to get the Dragon closer to the International Space Station. An out-of-plane burn is an additional burn that can be utilized if the trajectory needed to be corrected at some point. But that's a good call that doesn't need to be corrected. There's going to be additional phase burns. However, that boost burn that was mentioned is not going to happen for a while. It'll happen about 15 hours from now is the boost burn. However, during that time period, it seems like there's going to be a couple of phase burns which might happen during the crew sleep period, and that jolt might wake them up for just a second, but hopefully they're short enough. Not anything like the boost burn. The boost burn's pretty long, but it might impact them a little bit. But really, that next major burn is the boost burn. The phase burn will just correct it, sort of like the OOP burn, just maybe smaller.
Right, and if you're just now joining us, we are watching Crew 2 make their way to the International Space Station. As a reminder of who is on board, we have the commander, Shane Kimbrough. We have pilot, Megan MacArthur, who is actually the wife of Bob Behnken, who flew on Demo 2 last year. And then we have mission specialist Thomas Pesquet, as well as Aki Hoshide.
That's right. All four will be spending the next 6 months on board the International Space Station conducting scientific experiments. That really is their mission. The Crew Dragon, really that mission is delivering the crew to the International Space Station for them to conduct all of that science. There is a lot of work to do. One of the major things they're going to be doing during their 6-month stay is upgrading the International Space Station with brand new solar arrays. Those arrays are set to be delivered by the SpaceX Dragon later in the summer, and some of the Crew 2 astronauts may be put on the list to conduct a series of spacewalks to go ahead and install them.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it kind of makes sense that the astronauts on board the station have to take care of the station as well, because nobody else can do it, right?
That's right. In fact, a lot of the outside of the International Space Station was specifically designed to be this was my favorite term by one of the EVA officers, was EVA-able. It just means that it was specially designed for the crew to interact with it. So you have quick disconnects, you have cables and wire ties, all that are on the outside of the International Space Station. Really, 200 and something spacewalks have been conducted for the maintenance and upgrades needed to maintain the International Space Station.
Wow, that's incredible. And that must be really cool for them to be able to do an EVA walk. Must be very surreal to be outside of the station and be able to see Earth from outer space.
Easily one of the highlights of every astronaut that you can ask questions of. What's some of the highlights of a spacewalk, and that is, or highlights of their trip to space rather, and that is really a spacewalk. Spacewalks are about 6.5 hours long, roughly, but in that time, they're really dense, packed procedures. It is really just, you got to go from one spot to the other. But one of the most sought after moments is when you have to wait for just a second. So sometimes, for example, there are thermal constraints on the outside of the International Space Station. Some of the components need to be either hot or cold, depending on if the sun is shining on them. So they'll ask the astronauts to just sit back and wait for a second. And that is some of the highly sought after moments, because it's so densely packed that that moment will be they'll finally get to pause and look down at the Earth.
That sounds amazing. I bet it is breathtaking and taking their breath away in that very short moment that they have. So we do have some social questions. Is there preparation for new astronauts, and what are requirements for being an astronaut?
That is a good question. NASA is looking at selecting a new class of astronauts. The most recent class of astronauts was selected in 2017. All of them have trained and have been certified as astronauts. They undergo about 2 years of basic training as astronaut candidates, just T-38 training. Those are the jets. They do some training in the neutral buoyancy laboratory, some survival training. All of them have undergone that. So they are ready for those next steps. In fact, we'll start to see a lot of those guys start flying very, very soon, just being recently selected in 2017. Minimum requirements is you have to have a master's degree in a science or engineering or math field. You have to have relevant experience to whatever degree you have, and you have to have the ability to pass a NASA medical test.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool. So kids, you know what to do if you want to be an astronaut. And some cool views. We are on the space station, and that is astronaut Victor Glover. He is getting the station prepared for the arrival of Crew 2 as we speak. You can see he has his tablet there. He's following the procedures to get the hatch ready for crew arrival.
not just the hatch, but they'll be doing a number of procedures to get ready for Crew 2's arrival. This right here, what you're looking at, is the CASA. It is the new bedroom of the International Space Station. There are 4 bedrooms on the USOS side, or U.S. operating segment. All 4 are currently occupied, and there are 2 over on the Russian side. Now, with crews flying regularly to and from the International Space Station on both commercial providers and on the Soyuz, we're now moving up from a regular staffing of, or population rather, of the International Space Station from 6 to 7. So there's a new sleep station for that 7th crew member. Now, when Crew 2 arrives, there's going to be a little bit of a handover, a couple of days where Crew 1, including astronaut Victor Glover, who has been on board the International Space Station since November of last year, there's going to be 11 people on board, so no, not enough, not enough bedrooms to go around. But whenever Crew 1 departs and returns, now scheduled for April 28th, they will have bedrooms for everybody.
And this is pretty cool that Victor is the one getting everybody, or getting the station ready for Crew 2 to arrive, because he flew on Crew 1 about 6 months ago. And this is actually his first trip to space and first trip on the International Space Station. So I'm sure that he is super excited to be able to get the space station set up for Crew 2's arrival and welcome the Crew 2 crew.
That's right. He's been lucky enough to have his own bedroom. I think they might have done rock, paper, scissors. I'm not exactly sure how they had it, but Commander Mike Hopkins actually has been sleeping in Crew Dragon Resilience during his stay aboard the International Space Station. Dragon Resilience and Crew Dragon Endeavour will be sleep stations for some of the crew that are coming up now. I believe Hopkins will continue to sleep in Crew Dragon Resilience, and I'm not sure who's going to do the rock, paper, scissors, or whatever game they were playing earlier, the one from Thomas' childhood. That was so fun to find out. But they'll probably play a game to see who's going to sleep in Endeavour for the time being. In the meantime, Victor Glover continues to set up the station, and that'll be ready again for the Crew 2 astronauts whenever Crew 1 departs.
I wonder if they're fighting for sleeping in Crew Dragon, because I've heard that the best view is from Dragon attached to the space station.
That's true. The Russian sleep quarters have a window, so I'm sure a lot of the crew members on the USOS side are a little jealous of that. There are 4 sleep stations on each of actually the walls. They kind of look like telephone booths, but they're on the ceiling and on the floor as well. But they do not have windows, so it's just the Russian segment that has the windows, and of course the lucky one that gets to sleep in a Crew Dragon.
It sounds like we do have audio on station, so we might hear some call-outs there and some comms. Again, if you're just now joining us, what you are looking at is a view from the International Space Station as Victor Glover is getting the station ready for Crew 2's arrival. And he just floated off the screen.
And Icon 2, one clarifying question. You just reported you had the fasteners hand tight on the left side wall. Is that all of the fasteners, including the ones you couldn't get to with the tool earlier?
Negative. Of the 8, only 4 are engaged in hand tight. The 4 centered. They are not engaged at all. It's an interesting fastener that requires you to kind of loosen it. Then this wing nut catches, and then you can tighten it. And I cannot actuate it. So the 4 center ones are completely disengaged.
Okay, we copy. We're thinking we're probably going to need those engaged, but we're still talking about it, so stand by.
So what you just heard, the crew aboard the International Space Station, including Victor Glover, are now about 3 hours into their workday, having woken up just a few hours ago. not shifting quite with the Crew 2 astronauts, who after doffing their suits will have a meal and then enter into a sleep period. Part of the reason why they are on a 23-hour trajectory. But the voices you were hearing were Victor Glover on board the International Space Station, and I believe that was the voice of Kathy Bolt, who is a Capcom over in Mission Control Houston.
And that is so cool, Gary, that we get to hear them live on the International Space Station, because it is...
Dragon SpaceX for PMC.
Go ahead for PMC.
Dragon, for awareness, we can perform the PMC at any time, so if desire to perform early, just let us know.
Okay, thanks. We'll let you know.
We got some more communications with the core to the crew.
And Icon 2 with forward plan.
It's actually incredible, Jesse, to hear and see both at the same time. Two different crews on two different sleep schedules in space. And they'll be joining each other in space when they dock about 23 hours from now. What you heard on the Dragon side was a PMC, or a private medical conference. These are common through really any human space flight. So the private medical conference will be the first chance for...
I wanted to fit check a tool. I've got the 3/16 L wrench. It's going to be close, but it might work. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, we were going to let you know that we do need to get those fasteners at least hand tightened, and our suggestion would be to back off the seat track a little bit, get it loose, and then try and get under that seat track, and then hand tighten as best you can.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to do that. That seat track is engaged by two very large torque fasteners, and removing those is always a risk because they're really easy to strip in removal. I had to do it earlier today, so I think we can do that. They're engaged all the way now, so it'll be a little higher torque. But if you're okay with that risk, then I will put that in work. I've got the tools.
And Ike, to be clear, we did talk about that, but we do only want those fasteners backed off just a couple of turns, if possible.
Again, really cool to see two...
Yeah, a couple of turns isn't going to do anything for you, so I'm going to have to almost completely remove the seat track to make a difference. So a couple of turns would essentially just like break torque, and it's a very long fastener with a lot of closely spaced threads, so a couple of turns is going to get me essentially no difference. And I have to get a tool right underneath where the seat track covers. So the plane to engage the tool into the hex head is the same plane that I engage the torque fitting to get the seat track installed. So I actually would, to make this simple, I'd have to completely remove one side of the seat track, but if I completely back them out, maybe like a quarter of an inch remaining, it's like an 1.5 inch long fastener. So if I leave like a quarter of an inch or half an inch, then I've got some access to get in there and use the L wrench.
Yeah, and Ike, we understand, and our goal is just for you to not back it out completely. So back it out as far as you need to be able to get the access you need. Copy, thumbs up.
And some communications with Victor, getting the basically the bed ready for Crew 2 or one of the crew members. And you may have heard them call him Ike on the comms. They talked about this during Crew 1. Ike stands for I KE, which is I know everything. And so they joked about it around that time, and now I think everybody just calls him Mike.
That's right. When asked about it, he'll often say, you know, it's a good opportunity and a reminder to keep his mouth shut. He has said that several times. So that's what they're doing on board the International Space Station now, is really just walking through the procedures of installing that new bedroom. So there's bolts, and they have to make sure that things don't strip. Things are a little bit different in space. What's nice is that Victor Glover does not have to do it alone. He's got support on the ground there in Mission Control Houston. The voice you're hearing was a Capcom, so all the different flight control support members are able to filter the information through that Capcom, who is Kathy Bolt today, up to Victor Glover as he kind of works his way through some of these procedures, which were nice and conveniently velcroed or fastened onto his hip with a little tablet. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and you could see that Velcro on his pants. Obviously, they're in space, so it's probably hard to be able to have...
SpaceX Endeavour, we're ready for the PMC.
Okay, SpaceX copies. We'll get that in work.
Some more communications with the core to Dragon. They're getting ready to perform the PMC.
Private medical conference, that's right, and that'll be one of those checks before they go ahead and go to bed. There's a couple more things. They have their meal, and then they have a pre-sleep period, basically just kind of get situated, because again, they have a sleep period built into their rendezvous to the International Space Station. We've heard some of the communications with the core here on the ground mentioning that private medical conference was very flexible in terms of timing. They could have talked really any point before their sleep period, just make sure they're okay, feeling good before they head to bed for what's allotted an 8-hour sleep period.
Yeah, and they have multiple check-ins, right, for these medical check-ins to make sure that they are healthy throughout their entire mission. And they have a dedicated flight surgeon, correct, or a doctor that's dedicated to each of the crew members. So when they do this PMC, there is one for each crew member.
That's right. And they'll often staff mission control with surgeons and biomedical engineers that are able to monitor not only the health of the astronauts, but also some of the support equipment to help them maintain their health. So this includes a advanced resistive exercise device that sort of simulates weightlifting, but you don't really lift weights in zero gravity, so it sort of simulates that. It does get up to pretty intense resistance, hundreds of pounds kinds of resistance. They also have a stationary bicycle and a treadmill.
So they do get to work out in space.
They get to, and they have to. Yeah, to
right.
actually maintain their muscle and bone density when in space. If they were to just leave it alone, you would see some deterioration in both of those. But they found out that exercising regularly, they give them about 2.5 hours every day by doing a combination of resistive exercise and aerobic exercise. It really helps to maintain that bone and muscle mass when they're in space for that long.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're looking at on your screen is, on your left-hand screen, a beautiful view of Earth. And on your right-hand screen is Victor, whom looks like he is upside down in the view, but there is no upside down or right side up in space. So he's there preparing for the Crew 2's arrival. What he's working on right now is getting one of the bedrooms ready. And he's working with the team on the ground. They are assisting him with this preparation.
The view on the left is a view of the Mediterranean Sea. The International Space Station flying about 262 statute miles right over it on a southeasterly trajectory, about to head over Egypt. That's what you see in the distance there. Now, the crew themselves have a pretty packed work day today. There's it's generally like that. Just ahead of really every day is crammed to about 5-minute increments, planned way in advance for all of the crew to perform their various experiments. As you see now, Victor Glover working on the install of the CASA, or the new bedroom of the International Space Station. In the meantime, 2 other astronauts, Commander Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, are both exercising. Shannon Walker on the stationary bicycle, and Soichi Noguchi on the advanced resistive exercise device doing some weightlifting.
We do have a couple minutes before the crew on Crew Dragon begins their meal. So we'll take some of your questions. Again, if you do have any questions, please use the hashtag LaunchAmerica. And we have a question here. Will Crew 2 have to sleep in the Crew 2 capsule?
The answer is yes, for one of the crew. So when Crew 2 arrives, they're going to bring the station population up to a whopping 11. Luckily, it will only be like that for a couple of days. There are currently 6 installed bedrooms on the International Space Station. You just saw...
from Columbus, I've got the 6-inch long 3/16 ball tip.
We are privatizing the
is going to make this possible.
Surgeon on private channel.
Copy, thanks.
Yeah, in that communication, they were kind of overlapping there, but one was from Victor Glover, who is installing that 5th bedroom that I was talking about, our 7th bedroom, once because in regular crew rotation flights, so for about 6 months at a time, there's going to be 7 crew on board the International Space Station, 4 on a commercial vehicle, in this case Dragon, and then 3 on the Russian Soyuz. That is on the other end of the International Space Station, but there's accommodations for all 7 now on board. So during that couple days handover where there's 11 on board, everyone's going to have to find a different room to sleep in. So you'll have someone in the Crew Dragon Resilience, someone in Crew Dragon Endeavour, and then others will find different areas around the International Space Station. At nighttime, they do turn the lights down. They have emergency lighting just in case there was some event that were to happen, so they could find their way to the next, to a milestone or find the way around station. But really, I mean, you can strap yourself to literally any wall with a sleeping bag and call it a bedroom. It's actually nice.
And now that the crew has started their meal, let's take a look ahead to our upcoming milestones. At 5:40 a.m. Pacific time, or 12:40 UTC, Mission Control will shift change, and that is necessary because this is a 24-hour flight, so we want to make sure that our crew in Mission Control gets some sleep and some rest. That is very important for these critical missions, so we will have a shift change. Then at 4:55 a.m. Pacific time, will be the first opportunity for the crew to talk to all of you, the viewers. That'll be pretty exciting to hear from the crew on board Dragon. At 9:25 a.m. Pacific time will be dinner time for the crew. And from there, a couple hours later, they will be going to sleep at 11 a.m. Pacific time, or 1800 GMT. And hopefully be able to get a good 8 hours of rest. And during their sleep period, we are going to be bringing you a recap of today's highlights and taking a closer look at the careers of each of our crew members.
Over the last 20 years, crews aboard the space station have completed over 3,000 scientific and educational experiments, and Crew 2 is prepared to add to that growing number. Once Crew 2 arrives at the space station, they'll spend the next 6 months working in our orbital laboratory. Having 7 crew members on board, with 5 of those on the U.S. side compared to the 3 we've had for years, significantly expands the amount of research that can be conducted.
Not only will the crew be contributing to hundreds of experiments, they'll also be bringing some with them on Crew Dragon. Resupply hardware for the vascular aging study is one of those experiments. This investigation is part of a series of studies from the Canadian Space Agency looking at the effects of weightlessness on astronauts' blood vessels and hearts. Vascular aging hones in on issues known to pose risks to astronauts' health, like radiation and insulation resistance, a precursor to type 2 diabetes. Studying the responses of the cardiovascular system in space better equips us to understand how our arteries age here on Earth.
Also launching aboard Crew Dragon is hardware for an experiment called Celestial Immunity. It builds on earlier studies to evaluate how gravity affects our immune response. It uses cells from both elderly and younger adult donors to study possible age-associated effects. The investigation could uncover novel immune pathways useful for the development of new vaccines and drugs to prevent and treat existing and emerging human diseases.
Including hardware to support new science onboard station, Crew Dragon is carrying more than 500 pounds of cargo today. This also includes crew supplies like clothing and shoes, cameras, lights, and spare parts and tools for spacewalking, the station's exercise devices, and life support hardware on station.
And once Dragon is ready to come home, the teams will pack several hundred pounds of cargo inside the capsule to return to teams on Earth. When Crew 1 returns as early as next week, they'll be carrying more than 260 pounds of science samples for researchers back on Earth to analyze from more than a dozen research projects. They'll also bring any old or failed parts from station systems, giving technicians on the ground a chance to analyze hardware up close and potentially refurbish and refly parts to the station. So for the latest on some of the activities happening on board the International Space Station now, in fact, the crew is undergoing a number of different things as they're just starting their day on board. Let's head over to Courtney in Houston for the latest. Courtney?
Yep, thanks, Gary. As you guys just mentioned, the crew is awake aboard the station, preparing to welcome the Crew 2 astronauts tomorrow. On docking day, NASA's Victor Glover will be primed for monitoring Dragon for its final approach and will take the lead on hatch operations. And back here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 team is still on console, being led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. The flight controllers are in the middle of a shift handover, so Flight Director Adi Boulos will be leading the next shift of flight controllers. Several hours before Crew boarded Dragon, the space station did their own go-no-go poll. There are several key systems we have to ensure are functioning properly before NASA can give their go for launch. And everything is still looking good on the station side for Dragon's arrival, so let's head back to Hawthorne for the latest on what's next for Dragon.
All right, over the next 22 hours, Dragon will execute a series of burns, which will gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. We've completed the first of our 5 major burns, the phase burn, that will bring the spacecraft close to station before we begin final approach maneuvers.
The next burn, which is based on what our orbital data shows us, is the boost burn, which raises Dragon's orbit until its orbit reaches an altitude just 10 kilometers lower than the space station. Followed soon after by the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. Now this means that the crew will be about 10 kilometers lower than the station during their entire orbit around the Earth. The fourth maneuver is the transfer burn, where we're raising Dragon's apogee, or highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below station. Then we round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn to once again maintain a constant orbit beneath station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below.
Then we'll get into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also when we start integrated operations between the Dragon control team here in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation. During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to the station.
Tomorrow at approximately 12:40 a.m. Pacific Time, or 7:40 GMT, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters directly below the station. This maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of the 2 safety zones around the station that requires a set of go-no-go pulls with the different control teams. The first zone is called the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers, essentially a large three-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside this ellipsoid, referred to by the teams as the AE, it is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its orbital path would take it inside the approach ellipsoid.
Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below the station, it will be at waypoint 0, which is the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold at 400 meters or continue on if all systems check out to approach to waypoint 1. By this point, the teams will do a go, no-go poll for Dragon to move inside the keep-out sphere, another zone that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station with a radius of
Dragon
200
SpaceX
meters.
4 status update.
Go ahead.
And Dragon, we're working on some troubleshooting here regarding the privatization of the channel. Just wanted to check in with you because we've been out of comm for a little bit. If you're willing to stand by, we can still get that PMC in work.
Okay, we have nothing to report, so it's up to you.
Okay, we copy. We will still attempt this PMC and keep you updated on next steps.
Copy that.
Okay, so what you just heard from Core Chad Healy here in Mission Control Hawthorne, some status on the Dragon itself as they were in a loss of signal period with Dragon's orbit. That will be coming up soon. So we were describing Dragon's approach to the International Space Station with the Dragon making its way inside the keep-out sphere. Now, once it makes its way inside, it's another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to the station, and it carries a requirement similar to the AE that Dragon's orbital trajectory would not bring it inside the sphere if control was lost, but this time only for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours instead of 24 hours.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, pausing at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. The crew is headed to the forwardmost port on the International Space Station, which is the Node 2 forward port. That is where Dragon docked for both of our demonstration missions as well as Crew 1 last November. For those following along, Resilience, the Dragon spacecraft used for Crew 1, recently moved from the forward port to the space-facing port on the Harmony module in order to make room for the arrival of Crew 2. Harmony, or Node 2, is where both the international docking adapters are located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft flights and any other future spacecraft that also uses the international docking standard.
Now, once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the docking adapter, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to the station. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
So lots of action still to cover over the next 22 hours. So stay with us as we continue our live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 2 mission to the International Space Station.
All right, if you're still with us, we are not going anywhere. We're going to continue our coverage of Crew Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. Now, coming up in just about 5 minutes on NASA TV, you're going to see a post-launch briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center. That's at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can check out that briefing, and then once it ends, come back to us. Or if you'd like to continue to watch our coverage, you can watch us over at SpaceX's YouTube channel. We're not going away, and we'll continue to provide coverage of Crew Dragon's approach to the International Space Station.
And while we coast, let's take some more of your questions from social. Keep using the hashtag LaunchAmerica. And here is a question. Why does it take almost 24 hours to get to the space station when Soyuz only takes about 6 hours?
That's right. It does have to do with the trajectory. It has to do with the not so much the capabilities of the Crew Dragon itself. Even on Demo 2, it was a little bit shorter, not quite the 23 hours we're seeing, but it was slightly shorter than that. Really, there's a couple of reasons for that. One is the trajectory and of the orbital path from Dragon at sea level in Florida all the way to rendezvous with the International Space Station. But another key item to consider here is the crew's wake schedule. It is a long day to go from the ground, suit up, wake up. You go through the whole thing to get into Dragon and go ahead to launch. So what they have to do when considering trajectories is to build in some time for the crew to get a sleep period. In fact, that's something we're going to see here in the next couple of hours, the crew going into a sleep period. They'll get 8 hours allotted for them to get some shut-eye, finding space around the Dragon, whether it's in their seat or whether it's strapped to a wall. They'll be able to do that and make their way to the International Space Station that way.
Sleep is a very good thing to get. We have another one here. Good morning. Good morning. Great job. Thank you. Congrats to NASA and SpaceX. What size is or dimensions of the International Space Station, if you know offhand, Gary, and how many total crew can the International Space Station hold?
Yeah, these are great questions that are coming in. So it's about the size of an American football field. That is the size that we like to say. In terms of volume, it's about the size of a 5-bedroom house, about 29,000 cubic feet is if you're thinking of it that way. But 5-bedroom house, or about the length of a 747 fuselage. So that's about the proportion size. It's roomy. It's got some room.
Pretty big.
Yeah, for 11 crew that are going to be there for 4 days. There's plenty of space for everyone to find a different place to sleep. In fact, everyone's really going to get their own room. If you think about it, everyone will either get a bedroom or the Crew Dragon or their own module of the International Space Station. There is that much space to accommodate that.
Very cool. We've got another question here. What are the snacks the Crew 2 can eat during the journey to the space station? And how about water?
Yeah, plenty of snacks on board Crew 2. So they have enough meals for 12 meals, I believe, each. That's a lot of food. They don't necessarily need that for the journey as a baseline because it's only 23 hours. If you were to have 12 meals, yeah, you wouldn't
be pretty full, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily need that. But that's really just in case there is any sort of contingency where they would have to go on a 24-hour safe trajectory. You got some food for the ride back as well. Those meals ready to eat do last a long time. They're shelf stable for quite some time. But they do have snacks, and then they'll be able to eat, occasionally have some drinks until they get to the International Space Station.
We're now in a good configuration for the PMC. Let us know when you are ready.
Copy, we're ready.
Okay, copy. Got to privatize the channel. Next call will be from Surgeon on Dragon to Ground.
All right, so we won't hear Dragon to Ground communications to the Crew 2 astronauts on board Dragon Endeavour, Crew Dragon Endeavour, for a while. That you just heard that Dragon to Ground line that we're just hearing with the Quindar in front of it. That's the communications
We can see the astronauts are now working with SpaceX suit technicians and the closeout team. And that's our commander, Shane Kimbrough.
There's Megan MacArthur getting helped into her gloves in her spacesuit. And mission specialist Thomas Pesquet will be making his second trip to space. But that's Aki Hoshide having a laugh with some of the suit technicians. There's Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur in the front, Megan blowing kisses. Thomas and Aki ready for their ride to the space station. And here they come, the Crew 2 astronauts taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
I love this moment. They're now going to have the opportunity to wave goodbye from a safe distance. And it looks like Bob Behnken is there and with the son of he and Megan MacArthur.
ONC departure on schedule.
Right, so we just heard that announcement that the crew has departed the operations and checkout building on schedule. And we can see the astronauts inside the crew access arm. Commander Shane Kimbrough, here he is climbing inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We call this process ingress.
We now see suit technicians will help the crew members get buckled in. As you can see, the side hatch has just been closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission and liftoff. Godspeed, Endeavour and Crew 2.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2, now making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on first stage performance so far.
Plus 30 seconds into the second rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Earlier today at 5:49 a.m., NASA and SpaceX Crew 2 mission blasted off from Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A. The Crew 2 mission is the second crew rotation flight of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 rocket, carrying NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet to the International Space Station. My name is Jackie McGinnis, NASA Press Secretary, and I'm joined here today by Acting NASA Administrator Steve Jurczyk, Elon Musk, Chief Engineer at SpaceX, Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator for NASA's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Joe Montalbano, Manager of the International Space Station Program at NASA, Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General of JAXA's Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate, and Frank Javina, Manager of the International Space Station Program at the European Space Agency. Each speaker will make brief remarks, and then we will open the lines for questions from the media. For reporters on the line, press star 1 to get into the queue to ask a question. Please remember to state your name and media affiliation before you speak, and address the speaker you'd like to answer your question. Please only ask one question and address one per speaker at a time. You may enter the queue again and ask additional questions. First up, we'll hear from Acting Administrator Steve Jurczyk.
Hey, thank you, Jackie, and it's just great to be here today. So first, I want to thank and congratulate the NASA team, SpaceX team, and our international partners. What we do is really challenging, but also rewarding, and we could not do it without our commercial and international partners. So thank you and congratulations. Watching a launch from Kennedy Space Center never gets old for me. I've watched many launches, and watching a pre-DAW launch is especially exciting and just visually stunning. And this launch was, and a little bit different for me this time as acting administrator. But again, I'm just congratulations, team. I could not be more proud of the team. It's been a really incredible year for NASA, for all our mission areas, but particularly for human spaceflight with 3 launches in 11 months. And it's hard to believe it was just 11 months ago, last May, where we were in the room. We were watching the launch from today and doing the first flight readiness review for a human exploration mission in just about a decade. And then we did the Demo 2 mission. And it's just been incredible to be a part of it. This marks many important milestones, but it really is important for getting a regular cadence of crew to the station and back. And it's going to really accelerate the research and technology development that we're able to do on station. And I'm really looking forward to what crew. I've really enjoyed watching what Crew 1 has been able to accomplish. And I'm going to really enjoy what Crew 2 is going to do on their 6-month stint on ISS. It took 10 years to get here to achieve this bold vision we had for commercial crew. And again, it's been amazing what the team has been able to accomplish. What we do on ISS is important, not only for the research and technology development that we do for here on Earth, but also to prepare for what we're going to do in the future. So ISS is not only important for our commercial activities in space and stimulating those, but also for our exploration missions. We'll continue to celebrate the marvels of the International Space Station and the science and technology development that it'll be conducting as we look to the future of sending astronauts to lunar orbit and eventually to surface, and then our ultimate goal of sending astronauts to Mars. So coupled with our robotic exploration and our Earth science missions that look down at Earth, I'm proud to be a part of this team that makes it all happen and look easy. And I can assure you it is not easy. But we have an incredibly talented team at NASA, along with our commercial international partners. And I know they've gotten the job done this last year, and I know they're going to get the job done moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks. And now we have Elon Musk, Chief Engineer at SpaceX.
Thank you. I think actually Steve said really all the really important things. I'm just really proud of the SpaceX team and honored to be partnered with NASA and helping with Jackson and ESA as well. Just thrilled to be part of advancing human spaceflight, and looking forward to going beyond Earth orbit to the Moon and Mars, and helping make humanity a spacefaring civilization and a multi-planet species one day. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator for NASA's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate.
Wow. I mean, I think I'm just always amazed at the NASA and in particular the SpaceX team that diligently stepped through and got us ready to fly once again. And really want to thank Elon and the team from a HEO perspective, and thank Steve Stitch and Joel here, who have been working really hard to keep this cadence going. It's a very, very, very exciting time for human exploration right now, just like Steve said. Joel every day advances science and technology on the International Space Station, and that has really been enabled with the activities and the flights that SpaceX has provided for us over the last 11 months, like we said, and the commercial crew team has been working to keep that science and technology development going. Joel's had a busy month. We were talking the other day about he just had a Soyuz launch, a Soyuz landing. Now we've got a commercial crew launch, and we're going to be obviously working through and making sure we get the 4 crew members there and safely to station. But then Steve and Joel are going to be getting ready for a Crew 1 landing with the SpaceX folks. So very, very, very exciting time for us. In addition, we've got a core stage coming in next week. which will be joining the solid rocket motors that have now been stacked in the VAB and the Orion spacecraft that's now been fueled, getting ready for our first Artemis 1 uncrewed demonstration mission. So we're going to be working and getting our exploration system ready to go, and very, very excited about that. In addition, last week we had announced to SpaceX the human landing system demonstration mission too. So this is, when I took over for HEOAA, I thought, after that Demo 2 mission, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to be missing out on these fun missions, but really I kind of have the best of all worlds now, with all the cool missions that Joel and Steve, the Artemis team's doing, and further missions going forward to Moon and then eventually Mars. So very, very exciting time for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Now we have Steve Stitch, manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
Thank you, Jackie. As I watched the video play before we started our opening remarks, it's just reflected on the last 2 years. As Steve Jerzik said, we have now 3 crewed missions in just over 11 months. And when I think about and watch the video, I just think about the team that we have between NASA, Commercial Crew, and SpaceX. An incredible team that refurbished this Crew 1 booster that just flew our Crew 2 team to the space station, refurbishing the Dragon spacecraft over these last 10 months, and just all the hard work across the country from the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and certifying it. I was thinking about some of the meetings we have, and SpaceX and NASA work so well together. At times during these meetings, people will finish each other's sentences. One person on the SpaceX side may say something, and NASA knows exactly what that person is thinking. It's just tremendous teamwork. Dragon's doing well in orbit. The crew is out of their suits right now. The crew is in the middle of a meal. They'll go to bed this afternoon here about 2 Eastern and sleep until about 10 p.m. And then they'll get in their suits Saturday morning at about 2:50 a.m. Eastern time for the final rendezvous and docking, and they'll make contact about 5:10 a.m. Eastern with a final docking around 5:23 a.m. So kind of a busy time for the crew and the ground teams as they look over Dragon. As I said, Dragon is doing very well. Today the weather cooperated. We moved the launch one day. We looked at the abort weather, and the downrange abort track wasn't very good for Thursday. We moved that launch one day, and the weather just cooperated great today. The vehicle improvements that SpaceX embarked upon for this flight, adding capability to handle onshore winds today was the difference, really, in getting off with the onshore winds. With the vehicle we had for Crew 1 and Demo 2, we would not have gotten off. The countdown was very smooth. We worked a couple of things, checking out a cover on the Draco thruster and making sure the hydraulic system was ready to go. But other than that, the countdown was extremely smooth today. A lot of people worked very hard to put that together. And then, as Kathy alluded to, it's a busy time for us. We'll get the crew docked on Saturday, and then after we get them safely on board, we'll start to focus on the Crew 1 return. And preliminarily, we're looking at undocking on Wednesday, April the 28th, at about 7 a.m. Eastern time, and the targeted touchdown is Tallahassee with a landing on Wednesday, April 28th, about 12:40. It's a busy time for us. It's an exciting time. It's the first time we've done this direct handover, and I'm just really proud to be part of the team.
Thanks, Steve. Now we have Joel Montalbano, manager of the ISS program at NASA.
Hello again. That's just an outstanding launch and a great way to end the week. We're excited to have another commercial crew mission on board and in space coming to the International Space Station. And these missions allow us to keep our utilization and research program, our technology development for Artemis, and our low Earth orbit commercialization activities on board the International Space Station moving forward with an incredible amount of steam. These missions, they enable these activities on board. So we're excited to have it. We're also excited to have 11 people on board after docking, and it'll only be a short time, but it's something that we've been preparing for, and we're looking forward to it. After launch, we did inform the crew on board the International Space Station that we had a successful launch, and company was on its way. They did pass congratulations to the team on the ground, And I'd like also to pass my congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program and the SpaceX teams for just an outstanding launch today. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Now we have Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General of JAXA's Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Hiroshi Sasaki, a Vice President for JAXA, responsible for human spaceflight and space explorations. First of all, on behalf of JAXA, I would like to express my sincere thanks to NASA, SpaceX, and all staff who have been working for these missions under the severe COVID-19 situations. As reported earlier, the Crew Dragon was launched into the orbit nominally. The mission sequence is still going on, but I'd like to congratulate all of you on the successful launch. I have already seen Crew Dragon launch for Japanese astronaut Soichi Noguchi last November, and I am so delighted again to be part of the team here today. It is really a great pleasure, not only for me, but also the Japan, that the two Japanese astronauts, Soichi and Aki, on board the operational flight of Crew Dragon twice in a row. They will meet together at the ISS. I believe this is brought by the very close tie between Japan and the US for many years through the ISS program. Aki Hoshide, on board the Crew 2, will contribute to the Expedition 65-62 mission as a commander. I hope he will jointly create fruitful outcomes together with his fellow astronauts, working also very closely with colleagues on the ground. During these missions, JAXA is planning to perform various scientific and technical research, such as protein crystal growth for medicine design, contributing to the people on the ground, and demonstration on enhanced water recovery system, preparing the future exploration mission as well. JAXA is also going to hold a robotic program challenge with NASA to inspire young people around the world. I am looking forward to see that Aki will contribute to those activities through the great teamwork. I believe the Crew 2 mission is a symbol of international and industry partnership. 4 crew members from NASA, ESA, and JAXA on board Crew Dragon, launched by the SpaceX. I believe it's the first time that the NASA, ESA, and the JAXA astronauts flying to and stay for long duration at the ISS together. Human space activities are really a great global endeavor that people pushing the human boundaries from the LEO to the moon and even beyond. I am confident that the international partnership is truly important, and Japan will contribute to take part in this human endeavor by making the best use of our expertise, such as ecosystem and transfer vehicles. We are going together. Once again, congratulations on the successful launch. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Frank Davina, Manager of the ISS program at ESA.
Thank you, Jackie. What a great day, and what an excitement to see the 4 crew members and, of course, our ESA astronaut, Thomas Pesquet, launch on Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. It's a great time for us. We have permanently now 4 USOS crew members on orbit, meaning that the crew time that we have available for science and utilization has drastically increased, and we thank the partners and of course SpaceX and NASA with all the international partners to make this happen. Thomas will have a busy schedule. On the 15th of July we will also launch the MLM module with our colleagues from Roscosmos, and on that module will be the European robotic arm. And so Thomas will also be involved in the commissioning and the checkout of this European robotic arm that we have been waiting for long to launch to the International Space Station. And after Thomas, we will have Matthias Maurer that will launch in the fall of this year, and after that, Samantha Cristoforetti. So for the first time, we will have 3 ESA astronauts in a row that will be permanently on board of the International Space Station. So really great times to come for the European Space Agency. All the science technology that we do, it's of course for the benefit of people here on Earth and for humankind, but it's also to prepare for the future. ESA, together with our colleagues from JAXA and Canada, are part of the Gateway program. We are looking forward to further work with NASA on those programs, to have our ESA astronauts fly to the Gateway, but not stop there. We also want to have in the future our ESA astronauts walk on the surface of the moon. So exciting times to be in human spaceflight, and really looking forward to further enhance this great international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder for reporters on the line, press *1 to get into the queue and ask a question. First up, we have Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
A gorgeous launch. For Elon, could you describe your emotions at liftoff, and does it get any easier for you on a personal level being responsible for lives after 3 crew flights? Thank you.
Yeah, it's very, very intense. I suppose it does get a little bit easier, but it's still extremely intense. And I usually can't sleep the night before launch, and that's true of the night before this one. So I haven't had much sleep. But fortunately, we've got a great team that are really, really proud of the incredible work the team has done in partnership with NASA. And yeah, I suppose it gets a little bit easier, but still pretty intense, I have to say. Yeah. It's hard to believe that we're here doing this, quite frankly. Feels like a dream.
Thank you. And now we have Bill Harwood with CBS.
Thanks, and again, congratulations to all of you for this launch. 3 Crew Dragon flights in less than a year is quite a record, and I guess for Mr. Musk, I realize this current flight is less than 2 hours old right now, but can you tell us anything about the schedule for the next flight, the Inspiration 4 launch schedule? And one question I think a lot of us have is how do you do that flight without working with NASA? I mean, in terms of crew quarters and suit up and facilities in general. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I think we'll still be obviously coordinating with NASA, and that'll be sort of a free flyer mission with a kind of a big kind of glass dome in the front instead of docking adapter. So it should give quite a different feel for, like, you should really feel like you're in space more than one, because it'll just be you just surrounded by glass or acrylic technically, but. Yeah, so we're looking forward to that mission. But obviously still be working in coordination with NASA for that mission. So that should be, hopefully, like as the name suggests, inspiration. And actually, I think that's the thing about human spaceflight is that it's one of those things that makes people excited about the future. You look forward to wake up in the morning and think, hey, what's going to be great about the future? It's like, man, if we're out there and we're a spacefaring civilization and visiting other planets and there's exciting plans, I think that's what gets one of those things that gets people fired up, Yeah, certainly gets me fired up, obviously.
Thank you. Now we have Eric Berger with Ars Technica.
Hi, good morning, and congratulations to everyone on this. A couple of questions. First of all, maybe for Steve Stitch, can you comment on the fact that, in less than 4 years, I guess, or it's been about 4 years since SpaceX first launched a Falcon 9 rocket for the second time, the SES-10 mission. Has it been a rapid process to try to get to the certification of the Falcon 9, previously flown rockets for crew? And Elon, can you comment on the Human Landing System award last Friday? How important is it to SpaceX that NASA showed that kind of confidence in Starship? and is now talking about using the vehicle for the moon and potentially Mars. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take the first question regarding the certification of the Falcon 9. You know, for the first flight for Demo 2 for Bob and Doug, we had gone through a certification of the rocket for one flight. So we had started to understand the systems. We actually follow the whole fleet of all the flights that SpaceX flies. SpaceX has been a great partner in sharing data in every single flight, and we were able to look at the performance. So over time, we started to understand how the engines perform, how the rocket itself performs. And then in a partnership with SpaceX, we went through and looked at every single piece of the launch vehicle, the engines, the structures, everything about the reentry and the heating, and we were able to, in about 10 months, go through on the order of 400 or so certification products. In addition to those products delivered by SpaceX, we also did our independent analysis of certain key components from a structural perspective. We looked at the heating for entry and did an independent assessment of that to make sure that we were comfortable with the margins. And so it was quite an extensive effort in 10 months by our team, and an incredible partnership between NASA and SpaceX.
And Elon?
Yeah, it's a great honor to be chosen by NASA to return people to the moon. It's been now almost half a century since humans were last on the moon. It's too long. We need to get back there and have a permanent base on the moon. I think like a big permanently occupied base on the moon, and then build a city on Mars and become a spacefaring, like a spacefaring civilization, a multi-planet species. We don't want to be one of those single-planet species. We want to be a multi-planet species. So, yeah.
Thank you. Now we have Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Thanks, Jackie, and congratulations. That was a really exotic launch this morning. For Elon, how will the funding from HLS impact your design and development and schedule for Starship, and what's been kind of your technological challenges with the project so far?
Well, I mean, this is definitely really helpful funding the Starship program. It's mostly been funded internally thus far, and it's pretty expensive. As you can tell if you've been watching videos, we've blown up a few of them. So excitement guaranteed, one way or another. So it's a tough vehicle to build because we're trying to crack this nut of a rapid and fully and rapidly reusable rocket. And I apologize, I'm a little slow on the uptake here as I'm going on not much sleep at all. But the thing that's really important to revolutionize space is a rapidly reusable rocket that's reliable too. So that's really what needs to happen. If that can be done, then the cost of access to orbit and beyond can be reduced by potentially a factor of 100 or more. So that's really what is most important about. It's got to be done by somebody's got to do this. And if you have rapid and complete reusability, then that opens up. That is the gateway to the heavens. That's what matters. That's what we're trying to get done, and the support of NASA makes a huge difference.
Thank you. To media on the line, just a reminder to focus your questions this morning on the Crew 2 mission. That would be greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Joey Roulette with The Verge.
Hey, thanks, Jackie, and congrats everyone on a good launch. This question's for Elon Musk. From your perspective, I was just wondering if you are plugged in or if you have any idea what the holdup on getting an agreement with the Russians for flying cosmonauts on Crew Dragon is. Would you like to see cosmonauts flying on Crew Dragon sooner than later? And since HLS was mentioned earlier, I was just wondering how soon will Starship be able to put humans on the moon? Thanks.
I do not have any insight with regard to the cosmonauts, but of course we would be honored to fly cosmonauts on Dragon. But I do not have any insight into any potential objections. I'm not. Perhaps this may be just a communications breakdown. I don't know, but I don't have any insight into it.
Yeah, I'll help out with that. I mean, we're actually working through the agreements right now, and I think people understand. And I think we talked about this in the post-FR news conference, that people understand the importance of crew swaps for supportability of ISS, and so we're working through that and getting that agreement in place. It takes a while sometimes. I found out there's lots of people to coordinate with, so it doesn't happen as fast probably as I want it to, but we're working through it.
Thank you. And now we have Stephen Clark with Spaceflight Now.
Thank you, and congratulations to everyone. My question is for Elon Musk as well. This was the first time you've launched astronauts on a reused Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, although it's far from the first time you've done that for, overall through your flight history. I'm curious, as you develop Starship to focus on that rapid and full reusability as you're flying your manifest with Falcon 9, how many missions do you think you can get out of a Falcon 9 booster? And is that something you're willing to push the limit on to, keep flying one until it breaks, or, for a Starlink mission, for example, or do you see like a plateau or a ceiling in terms of flight number for a Falcon 9 booster going forward?
Well, there doesn't seem to be any obvious limit to the reusability of the vehicle, and yeah, we do intend to fly the Falcon 9 booster until we see some kind of a failure with the Starlink missions. Obviously, just have that be a life leader. And we're just actually talking in the control room. So we're talking with the between SpaceX and NASA, and we're like wondering, what's the optimal number of launches for? Do you want to be on a brand new booster, or well, you probably don't want to be on the life leader for a crew mission. But it's probably good to have a flight or two under its belt for the booster to have flown, once or twice. I think if it was like an aircraft coming out of an aircraft factory, you'd want the aircraft to probably have gone on a test flight or two before, you put passengers on. So, I think that's probably, a couple of flights is a good number to have for a crew booster. And in the meantime, we'll keep flying the life leader. We've got 9 flights on one of the boosters. We're going to have a 10th flight soon with a Starlink mission. And we're learning a lot about reusability, and it's a hard problem for rockets. I mean, there's a reason it's really, right now, Falcon 9 is the only partially reusable rocket being flown, with the booster coming back and the fairing coming back, but we don't reuse the upper stage or the Dragon trunk. And so with the Starship, we're aiming at just like hopefully reuse the whole thing. But this is a hard problem for rockets, that's for sure. And it's taken us, we're like 19 years in now. But I think we can see the Starship design can work. It's a hard thing to solve. And the support of NASA is very much appreciated in this regard.